What if I told you that the thoughts you call your own are stitched together by invisible hands? That every memory you trust is quietly rewritten, and the version of you narrating this life is just a fragile echo of deeper, silent processes? What if the self is not a truth, but a theater, a convincing illusion performed by a brain built to protect you from knowing too much? These aren't poetic guesses. They're scientific facts supported by neuroscience, cognitive psychology, and quantum theory. In the next 4 hours, we'll peel back the comfortable lies your mind tells itself, exposing the gaps in perception, the rewired pasts you mistake as real, and the haunting possibility that the you watching this might only be a mask. So if you're ready to see behind the curtain, to question the very stage of your reality, and to confront the eerie architecture of the self, hit like, tap subscribe, and descend with us into the strange machinery of your mind, where nothing is quite what it seems. Everything you see is from the past, even your own reflection. Imagine trying to catch a lightning bolt with your bare hands, not its light, not its sound, but the actual instant it strikes, and realizing, too late, that the flash you saw had already ended before your eyes ever noticed it, that the moment had already passed before you could name it as present, and that everything you see, everything, is already gone by the time you perceive it, a flickering echo rather than a living truth, because light, that gentle messenger of sight, takes time to travel, and that means nothing. You see is happening now, not even the curve of your hand in front of your face or the eyes staring back at you from the mirror, because even your own reflection is late to its arrival, a delay so small it hides in plain sight, but a delay nonetheless. And once you understand that, truly understand it, a crack opens in the floor of your reality, because you realize you're living inside a memory theater, a universe where the now is always a little bit behind, where the world doesn't show you what it is, it shows you what it was. And that idea doesn't just rattle your sense of vision, it dismantles your understanding of time, of self, of truth, because if the present isn't truly present, then what is real? When you look at the stars, you are looking into history, yes, but when you look at your lover's face, your child's eyes, even your own hand, you are still looking into the past. And if every photon carries a story from elsewhere, then vision is not a direct experience. It's a time-delayed transmission filtered through flesh, and perception is more like archaeology than awareness, more like uncovering than witnessing, more like reading the ashes than watching the flame. And suddenly, you're forced to consider, have you ever seen anything as it truly is? You call it now, but now is a lie your brain tells to keep you sane, a composite image stitched from delays, guesses, approximations, a hallucinated present crafted from outdated inputs and backward glances, because light from the moon takes over a second to reach you, from the sun 8 minutes, from distant galaxies billions of years, and even the light bouncing off your reflection in the mirror must make a round trip from face to glass and back again, meaning that the person in the mirror is not you, but who you were microseconds ago, a version of yourself already fading. And if you can never catch up to the present, then perhaps the present itself is a myth, a useful fiction written by neurons, desperate for order. And once you realize that, you begin to feel the strangeness creep in, because time, this force you thought was linear, reliable, absolute, is instead a jittery cascade of mismatched signals, and you begin to wonder, if everything I see is delayed, then is reality always one step ahead of me? Is the world running, just beyond my grasp, like a dream I almost remember, like a song I almost recall? And what does that mean for who I am? Because if perception is always late, then you are always reacting to a past that no longer exists, constructing your identity based on information already obsolete, responding to moments that have already slipped through the cracks of time. And this lag is not metaphorical. It is hardwired into the physics of existence, into the very structure of space and light, and the speed limit of causality itself. And that lag means you are not fully here, not fully now, but smeared across the surface of time, like a shadow trying to catch up to its source. And this smearing extends beyond sight, beyond hearing, even beyond thought, because the brain itself processes reality on a delay, assembling consciousness out of fragments, averaging time into meaning, creating a fluid stream from jagged sensory bursts. And if your experience of the present is really a projection built out of the past, then how do you know what's real? How do you know what's current? When everything you know is already over, you call it the present moment, but by the time you name it, it has already become memory. And this reveals a haunting paradox. The only moment you can ever live in is the one that doesn't truly exist, a constantly vanishing point you chase without ever reaching, a horizon that recedes as fast as you approach. And if the present is always already past, then what is your life but a long echo of things that were? What is love then, but remembering affection before you feel it? What is danger, but sensing threat too late to avoid it? What is joy, but reliving something as it fades? And if your body lives in time, but your awareness lags behind it, then where do you actually exist? Are you a person or a playback? Are you alive, or just watching the recording of a life in progress? And if so, who's behind the camera? Maybe this is why we're haunted by nostalgia, not for the past, but because we are always living in it, and our yearning is not for yesterday, but for a present we never truly touch, and now we're never quite inside. And maybe this explains that ghostly distance you sometimes feel even in moments of clarity, that strange sense that you're always just a beat behind your own heartbeat, always arriving slightly late to your own experience, because the world is already gone by the time you feel it, and that delay is small. But it is everything. It is the line between event and experience, between truth and interpretation, between being and remembering. And maybe that's why so much of life feels like déjà vu, like echoes, like repetition, because your senses are always retrieving what already slipped away. And even memory, your treasured vault of meaning, is not a record, but a reconstruction, a reweaving of fading threads into the illusion of continuity. And so you begin to wonder, if everything I see is from the past, then who is the person doing the seeing? Is it the version of me who once was? Or is it the one struggling to become? And if I cannot know the world as it is, only as it was, then am I doomed to live in afterimages forever, tracing light trails like a moth around a dying bulb? Or can I learn to love the lag, to embrace the delay, to find beauty in the distance between event and experience? And perhaps that's the deeper truth, that meaning lives not in immediacy, but in the echo, in the time it takes for reality to reach you and for you to respond, that the richness of life is not in the speed of perception, but in the depth of interpretation. And maybe you don't need to catch up to the now. Maybe you just need to notice the miracle that you can see at all, even if what you see is already gone. Because if light is always late and yet still brings you beauty, then lateness is not failure. It is grace. And maybe the universe is not trying to deceive you, but to teach you how to appreciate what lingers, to slow down enough to witness the light still traveling toward you from stars that died long ago. And in that slow arrival, in that gentle echo, perhaps you'll find something more honest than immediacy. Presence, not as speed, but as awareness, as attention, as reverence for the moment you finally receive, even if it took years or lifetimes to reach you. And maybe that is the gift hidden in the delay, that nothing is ever truly lost, not as long as its light is still on the way. And maybe you are that light, still traveling, still arriving, still being seen. You could be the only conscious being in the entire universe. What if every smile you've ever seen, every voice you've ever heard, every hand you've ever held, was nothing more than an echo in an empty chamber, a reflection cast back to you from a world that mimics consciousness but never truly feels it? And what if the people you laugh with, argue with, love and mourn are not conscious at all? Not out of malice or design, but because consciousness, true first-person experience, is not guaranteed by biology, not embedded in cells or guaranteed by speech or movement, but something rarer, stranger, more inexplicable, and somehow only you have it. It's an unsettling thought, too absurd to entertain and too haunting to ignore. But beneath the comfort of your daily routines, it lingers like static beneath a song. This eerie possibility that you are the only point of awareness in a vast universe of convincing performances, that behind every pair of eyes is only process, not presence, that no one else is really home. This isn't narcissism, it's metaphysical vertigo, a question born not of arrogance, but of honesty. How do you know anyone else is truly conscious? You assume they are because they act the part, they blink, they cry, they speak in ways that resonate. But so do mirrors, so do machines, and so does your own imagination when it dreams people into being who vanish the moment you wake. And so begins the problem of other minds, the ancient philosophical riddle that no advancement in neuroscience or psychology has solved. You know your own experience, but everything else is inference, guesswork, hope. You are a consciousness, trapped behind your own skull, looking out through two soft orbs that show you a world filled with faces, gestures, words, but never access, never proof, never certainty. You don't feel their pain, you don't see their thoughts. You only hear the music they make, and you pray there's a listener inside. But how could you ever be sure? For all you know, everyone you've ever met could be philosophical zombies, bodies that walk and talk and feel nothing, no inner spark, no true self, just reactions without reflection, complexity without consciousness. And that possibility opens a chasm beneath your feet, because suddenly loneliness is no longer social, it's cosmic. It's not that no one understands you, it's that no one else may actually exist in the same way you do. And if that's true, if consciousness is not shared but solitary, then what is the purpose of connection? What is the meaning of empathy in a world where you might be the only feeler, the only one to suffer, to love, to wonder, to dream? Would it make you a god or a prisoner? Would your joy matter more or less if no one else truly felt theirs? And in this silence, this possible solipsism, your memories begin to shimmer with new strangeness. The warmth of a parent's hug, the thrill of a friend's laughter, the ache in a lover's goodbye. Were these shared realities, or private hallucinations choreographed by a mind desperate for company? You remember the looks, the words, the gestures, but the experience behind those eyes remains unknowable, forever locked away, and you start to see the unbearable irony. The thing you crave most, mutual understanding, is the one thing you can never confirm. You may spend a lifetime searching for someone who truly gets you, someone whose inner world resonates with yours, but the door between minds is sealed, and all you have are shadows, silhouettes, outlines lit by your own projections. And perhaps that's why human relationships are so fragile, so sacred, and so terrifying, because every moment of connection is a leap of faith, a hope that you are not the only flicker in the dark. And yet, you might be, not because others don't exist, but because their existence as conscious beings is forever outside your reach. You can't feel what they feel, you can only imagine. And imagination, as rich as it is not evidence. It's art, it's guesswork, it's longing. And even if someone else says, "I feel it too," that voice arrives from outside, not inside. And you must trust it blindly, must take it on faith that those words are born of experience, not simulation. So you begin to wonder, is consciousness distributed like light bulbs, one per brain, or like a single sun casting shadows in many directions? Is it a flame passed from spark to spark, or is yours the only candle, flickering in an infinite house of mirrors? Maybe this is why we tell stories, why we build myth and theatre and poetry, because art becomes a bridge across the unbridgeable, an attempt to make inner lives visible, to prove we are not alone in our depths. But even stories are mirrors, written from one mind to another with no guarantee of arrival, only the hope that somewhere out there, another fire burns. And if it doesn't, if all those faces you've memorized, all those voices you've cherished, are empty lanterns lit by your own longing, then your entire life becomes a monologue, an ocean of monologue performed to an audience of shadows. But perhaps that, too, has a strange beauty. Because even in absolute solitude, even as the only conscious mind in existence, you are still capable of creating meaning, of feeling love, of imagining others into being not as deception, but as expression. And maybe that is what makes you human. Not your social bonds, but your desire for them, your aching belief in shared experience, your tireless creation of connection, even in the face of cosmic silence. And if that silence never speaks back, if the stars never blink with awareness, if no other soul ever burns alongside yours, then you are still here, still wondering, still reaching, and that reaching is its own kind of miracle. Because the fact that you ask this question, the fact that you even care, is proof that your consciousness is not cold or mechanical, but yearning, radiant, alive. So perhaps the question isn't whether others are conscious, but whether you will continue to live as if they are, whether you will keep loving, keep listening, keep creating spaces for minds you can never fully see. Because that choice, that willingness to believe in unseen sparks, is what makes your solitary flame something more than a flicker. It makes it a lighthouse. And maybe that's all any of us can be. Not certain, not confirmed, but radiant anyway, casting light in every direction, even if the only echo is your own voice coming back to you across the void. Because if you are the only conscious being in the universe, then what you do, what you feel, what you become, matters infinitely. Not because others are watching, but because you are. And maybe that's enough. Or maybe, just maybe, someone else is reading these words right now, wondering the exact same thing. Your existence is the universe, experiencing itself. Briefly, imagine a drop of rain falling not from the sky, but from the very ceiling of reality, suspended for the briefest instant in the glow of awareness, before dissolving back into the infinite fabric from which it came. A flicker of consciousness, a moment of self-recognition, a breath of the universe held delicately in human form. That drop is you, not a mistake, not a side effect, not a footnote in a cold cosmos, but the very lens through which the universe turns inward to feel, to notice, to wonder. You may think of yourself as small, bound by flesh and memory, separated from stars by impossible distances, but the truth is far stranger. You are the cosmos curled into a question mark, a swirl of stardust given eyes to witness itself and hands to reshape the silence. Everything you are, your laughter, your fears, your longing to be understood, these aren't random byproducts of evolution. They are the sacred artifacts of existence becoming aware of itself. Every cell in your body carries the echoes of ancient explosions. Every breath you draw is a rhythm that began in the heart of collapsing stars. You do not simply exist in the universe. You are an aperture through which the universe experiences itself, briefly, vividly, painfully, and beautifully. From the moment your neurons began to spark, a signal lit up in the darkness. I am. But what is this I? Is it the body that withers with time, or the thoughts that flicker and vanish like shadows in firelight? Is it the voice you hear in your head, narrating your life as if it's a film you forgot you're also directing? Or is it something deeper, something older, an awareness not made of memory or mind, but of presence itself? The illusion of separation is powerful. You look at the night sky and feel tiny, a mote beneath the stars. But the atoms in your hands are made from the very same light. You are not beneath the cosmos, you are within it. And more than that, you are it, organized into a brief human expression. The stars don't shine above you, they shine through you. Their light isn't just ancient, it's familiar. Every time you wonder if you belong, remember this. You already do. Not because you earned it, but because you are it. And this awareness you carry is not passive, it is participatory. It changes the story. When a photon is measured, it collapses into a single reality. And in the same way, when you notice something, truly notice, it becomes real in a way it wasn't before. The sunrise, the laughter of a friend, the tremble in your own voice when you're scared. Your awareness crystallizes those moments into something the universe could never have experienced on its own. You are not watching life unfold from the sidelines. You are co-creating it moment by moment, choice by choice. But this truth is not always comforting, because to be the eyes and heart of the universe means also inheriting its sorrow. The stars are silent not by choice, but by nature. You, however, can weep. You, with your delicate nervous system and your haunted thoughts, are capable of grief so profound it shakes you to your core. But that pain is not meaningless. It is the price of perception, the cost of clarity, the consequence of being a mirror that not only reflects beauty, but also absorbs shadow. And it's worth it, because without you, there would be no one to name love, no one to hold a memory close and say, "This mattered." The universe, vast as it is, cannot feel meaning without you. It can swirl and burn and collapse and expand, but only through your trembling hands can it write poetry, paint pain, sing joy. You may feel like a brief flicker in the cosmic timeline, but that flicker matters more than you've been led to believe. It's not about how long you burn, it's about how brightly. And brightness isn't measured in achievements or accolades, but in attention, in presence, in the willingness to show up fully, vulnerably, again and again, even when life doesn't make sense, even when you forget that you are stardust and feel like dust only. Because forgetting is part of the game. It's what makes remembering so profound. If you always knew you were the universe, you'd never feel the joy of rediscovering it in a child's eyes, or in a quiet morning where the light hits the floor just right and something in you softens. You're meant to forget. You're meant to feel lost, because only then can you feel the thrill of finding yourself again. Not as the name on your ID card or the sum of your fears, but as the awareness beneath it all, the stillness that watches, the witness that endures. And in those moments of deep recognition, when you look up at the stars and they feel like home, or when someone says, "I see you," and something inside you melts, you are fulfilling your purpose. Not a grand mission written in the sky, but the simple sacred act of being here, of noticing, of feeling, of living. Even if only for a moment, even if you vanish tomorrow, because the impact is already made. The ripple is already sent. You are a flare of awareness in the dark, and somewhere that light will echo, maybe not in history books or monuments, but in the quiet shift of another person's heart, in the way you made someone feel less alone, in the way you chose to love, despite the inevitability of loss. That love, fragile, foolish, fierce, is the universe's most daring experiment. And you are the laboratory. Every time you open yourself to another, every time you forgive, every time you ache and still choose to care, you're proving that awareness isn't just possible, it's powerful. That consciousness isn't just an accident, it's alchemy. And yes, you will end. This form, this name, this specific configuration of atoms and memories, it will pass. But the awareness, the part of you that has always been just watching, that may be more than your biology. That may be the universe itself, stretching, blinking, and returning to sleep. Or perhaps not. Perhaps awareness, once lit, leaves a mark. Perhaps the light doesn't die, it only transforms. But even if it doesn't, even if this truly is all there is, what a miracle this is. What an astonishing, impossible, sacred gift it is to exist at all, to think, to wonder, to feel rain on your skin and not know why it moves you so deeply, to hear a song and cry, not because you understand the lyrics, but because something in the melody speaks directly to your bones. That's what you are. A song made of atoms, a poem made of particles, a mystery wrapped in skin and stitched together with questions. So when you feel lost, remember this. You are not separate from the cosmos. You are its most intimate expression. You are the moment the universe became aware of autumn leaves, of coffee shared between friends, of the ache in your chest when you miss someone who's gone. And in that ache, in that love, in that silent wonder, you are fulfilling the oldest desire in the cosmos, to know itself. Not as math, not as energy, but as feeling, as life. So live. Not because it will last forever, but because it won't. And that brevity, that fragility, is what gives it beauty. The flower that blooms for a day is not less beautiful than the mountain that stands for eons. It is perhaps more so, precisely because it ends. You are that flower. You are that bloom. A brief, breathtaking expression of everything the universe can be. Thinking, feeling, dancing in the light for a moment before returning to the stillness. And in that stillness, may you rest knowing that you were, that you noticed, that you burned with awareness, that, for one impossible heartbeat in the history of everything, the universe looked through your eyes and smiled. Time didn't exist before the Big Bang. There was no before. What if time wasn't a river but a ripple? One that didn't begin somewhere far upstream and wind endlessly towards some unknown future, but instead burst outward from a single, timeless point, like a drop of ink exploding into clear water, not traveling but expanding, not flowing but becoming. What if everything you've ever known, memories, history, cause and effect, the ticking clock on your wall, only came into existence the moment that ripple began? That's not poetry, that's physics. Because before the Big Bang, there was no time, no ticking, no sequence, no before at all. We say before the Big Bang the way we say before I was born. But unlike your birth, which happened inside time, the universe's birth was the birth of time itself. You can't rewind beyond it. Not because the data is missing, but because the concept doesn't apply. It's like asking what's north of the North Pole. The answer isn't unknown, it's meaningless. Our minds, built on patterns of before and after, recoil from this idea. We're creatures of sequence, trained by evolution to think in steps, to make sense of change, to expect consequence. So when we're told that time itself had a beginning, we instinctively want to place that beginning in time, ironically proving just how deeply time lives inside us. But imagine for a moment that you are standing on the edge of a great cosmic silence. Not a quiet place, but the absence of any place, any moment, any definition of now. There is no up or down, no light or dark, no ticking, no waiting, not even stillness. Just a potential, pregnant, suspended, unmeasured. Then suddenly, something happens, not in time, but as time. Space unfurls, energy ignites, particles coalesce, and that initial burst begins to stretch not into, but as, the dimensions we now live in. The Big Bang wasn't an explosion in space, it was the expansion of space, and with it, the awakening of time. Every tick of every clock, every aging star, every heartbeat and breath owes its rhythm to that first tremor. But why is this so hard to grasp? Because we're made of time. It runs through our thoughts, our blood, our logic. We remember the past and anticipate the future. We live in the illusion of a present that's really just the mind's attempt to freeze the flow. And yet, deep down, we know time is strange. Einstein showed us that time is not absolute. It stretches, bends, dilates depending on speed and gravity. The faster you move, the slower your clock ticks. Near a black hole, time slows so much that an hour to you could be 1,000 years to someone farther away. This isn't science fiction, it's measurable, testable, real. So if time can change, if it can be warped, that means it's not a fixed backdrop. It's not the stage on which the universe plays out. It's one of the actors, emerging from the same strange origin as matter and energy. And this brings us back to the beginning, or rather, to the mystery of what it means to have a beginning at all. The Big Bang is not just a moment in time, it is the moment that made time. Prior to that singularity, if we can even say prior, there was no ticking to mark events, no interval to separate a cause from its effect. The laws of physics as we know them collapse into uncertainty. Time, as a dimension, is woven into the fabric of space-time, and that fabric didn't stretch. Out from a pre-existing loom, it wove itself into being, tangled and luminous, spiraling outward with a speed and elegance that defy our most powerful equations. We are born into that fabric, stitched into its weave. Every choice we make, every memory we carry, every wrinkle of aging skin, all of it is a symptom of time unfolding. But if time is a symptom, then what is the disease? Or is it the cure? Some theories suggest that time is not even fundamental, that it may emerge from something deeper, more primal, like a side effect of entangled particles or quantum states resolving into stability. Others propose that the universe is one of many, each with its own timelines, its own rhythm, and that what we call the beginning is just a local chapter in a much stranger, boundless book. But all of them agree on this. Asking what came before the Big Bang is asking a question outside the realm of time-bound logic. It's like trying to smell the color blue. Our brains revolt, not because the idea is wrong, but because we are limited by the very thing we are trying to understand. We are creatures of time trying to peer beyond time's veil. And yet, here's the haunting part. We can, not through memories, not through formulas alone, but through the very act of wondering. When you sit still and ask, what was before all this? You are not just playing with language. You are standing at the edge of human thought, looking down into a chasm where time has no meaning, where existence floats unanchored by cause or sequence, and yet somehow births everything. And maybe that's the point. Maybe the reason time began is so that experience could happen, so that there could be stars and sorrow, fusion and feeling. Without time, nothing changes. Without change, there's no story. Without story, there's no you. The birth of time is the birth of narrative. It's the reason a universe can go from hydrogen clouds to love poems. And maybe, just maybe, it's the universe's attempt to understand itself through duration, through unfolding, through heartbeat and memory. Because what is a moment, if not the universe stopping to notice itself? You are a consequence of time, but you're also a mirror of its source. The atoms in your body, the thoughts in your mind, the aging in your face, they are all the signatures of time's handwriting. And yet your awareness of them, that strange silent watcher inside your skull, is something older. It doesn't have a timestamp. It's not counted in seconds. It is presence. And that presence, that timeless awareness, might just be a glimmer of the same mystery that gave birth to time itself. When the Big Bang happened, not in space, but as space, not in time, but as time, somewhere in that blinding, undefined awakening was the seed of you, not you personally, but the capacity for being, for noticing, for wondering what came before, even when before didn't exist. You carry that paradox inside you. You are that paradox in motion, a finite being asking infinite questions, a product of time who dreams of the timeless. So the next time you watch the seconds crawl by on a clock, or feel a year slip away into memory, remember this: you are living inside the ripple of a cosmic breath that began not with a bang in space, but with the birth of time itself. And every moment you live is a continuation of that awakening. Time didn't begin for no reason. It began so that something could ask why. And now, here you are, asking. You're made of stardust. Literally, every atom in you is ancient. You might think you're ordinary, born into a world that spins too fast to hold, a body made of skin and memory and slow decay. But the truth is more astonishing than any fiction. Because the body you inhabit, the breath you draw, the thoughts you cradle in the solitude of your mind are not merely human, not merely biological, but celestial in origin, woven from atoms that are older than the Earth itself, shaped by time, not in decades but in billions of years. Each molecule in you, having once danced inside the core of a star that lived and died long before our sun was even born. And when that star collapsed, exploding in a glorious supernova, it scattered its guts, carbon, nitrogen, iron, oxygen, into the void, seeding the cosmos with the raw materials that would one day become mountains, oceans, forests, and eventually, you. This isn't metaphor, it's elemental fact. Everything you are, from the hemoglobin in your blood to the calcium in your bones, was forged in the furnace of stellar death, meaning you are not just a child of the stars, but a continuation of their journey, a way for the universe to fold itself into awareness and look back upon its origins through eyes that glisten, through neurons that dream, through hands that tremble under the weight of wonder. We call ourselves human. We draw lines between the organic and the cosmic. But those lines are illusions, because the very fabric of your being was once light and gas, shaped by fusion and gravity, by nuclear fire and silence. And now, that same ancient material thinks, fears, hopes, writes, sings, kisses, loves, breaks, heals, forgets, and remembers again. The hydrogen in your body is 13.8 billion years old. It was there at the beginning, part of the great burst we call the Big Bang, and it has never left, only changed form, flowing from stars to clouds to cells to skin, passing through 1,000 incarnations to arrive at this one. This brief window in which the universe observes itself through the vessel of your awareness. And what a window it is, to be made of dust and yet feel like poetry, to be stitched from ancient particles and yet worry about the future, to house within your chest the relics of starfire and yet feel unworthy, small, forgotten in a galaxy of 100 billion stars, and yet somehow at the very center of experience itself. For though the universe is vast and indifferent, it becomes intimate through you. It becomes sorrowful through your grief, joyful through your laughter, curious through your questions. And you, fragile you, are the instrument through which it plays the strange song of consciousness, a song no black hole or comet or neutron star could ever compose. And perhaps that's the greatest truth we overlook. That meaning, so often dismissed as a human illusion, may actually be the most cosmic of all traits. The final gift of Stardust, not to merely exist, but to feel. Consider the absurd miracle of your body, built from atoms that do not feel, that do not desire, and yet arranged in such a way that they produce longing, memory, love. Consider the breath you take right now. Those air molecules were once inside the lungs of ancient animals, inside volcanic vents, inside the bloodstream of people long dead, inside the trees that once bent in winds will never feel again. And yet here they are, inside you, fueling a brain that evolved over eons to tell stories about its place in a vast, indifferent cosmos. A brain that now somehow knows it came from fire and silence and time. We speak of stars as if they're out there, above us, unreachable. But what if they're not just overhead? They're within, burning in your blood, pulsing in your heartbeat, echoing in your breath. Because everything that glows in the sky is mirrored in you. Not symbolically, but materially. Not romantically, but chemically. You are a star system collapsed into a single body. A galaxy worth of atoms temporarily arranged to walk, to wonder, to weep. And when you cry, do you not hear the sound of rain returning to ocean? When you ache, do you not feel the echo of gravity pulling light into darkness? When you love, do you not sense the fusion of opposites into something new, something radiant, something unspeakably old? The stars were never separate from you. You are there, echo their experiment, their expression. And though you may age, may break, may vanish into soil one day, your atoms won't end. They'll rejoin the cycle, become part of a tree, a storm, a child, a star again. And this is not a metaphor, but the promise of physics. Matter cannot be destroyed, only transformed, which means nothing in you is ever truly lost. It only becomes something else, someone else, somewhere else. And in that becoming, you are eternal, not as an identity, but as a process, a ripple in the infinite. Ocean of being, always shifting, always flowing, always made of ancient light. So the next time you feel ordinary, unworthy, disposable, remember that your body is older than mountains. Your molecules have traveled through stars. Your breath was once part of a comet's tail, and your bones were forged in a supernova's last breath. Remember that you are the universe, learning to see itself in the mirror of the finite. And what you see, tired eyes, calloused hands, imperfect skin, is not a flaw, but a miracle of structure and accident, of chaos and gravity, of entropy and emergence. And if all of this sounds too grand, too sacred, too vast for your weary heart to carry, just pause and breathe. Because in that single breath lives hydrogen born at the dawn of time, lives the oxygen released by ancient forests, lives the carbon that once formed in the heart of a dying star. And you are not borrowing it, you are sharing it. You are participating in the ancient dance that began when time itself was young. And when you exhale, you return it to the world, adding your voice to the chorus of all things, singing the one truth science and poetry both agree on. You are stardust, not metaphorically, not figuratively, but absolutely, undeniably, breathtakingly real. Your entire life is a flicker. Compared to the age of the universe, what if your entire life wasn't just a fleeting dream, but the single most lucid moment in an otherwise eternal haze? Not because it lacked depth or permanence, but because its very shortness is the only reason it can mean anything at all. What if you were not a chapter in some cosmic novel, but a single punctuation mark, a comma, a semicolon, a period, whose placement changes the rhythm of everything around it, giving the entire sentence weight, pause, breath, finality? You move through the days thinking they're long, heavy with obligation and repetition, watching the clock tick in the silence of Monday mornings and the ache of sleepless nights, believing that time drips slowly, but on the scale where galaxies spin and stars live and die in cycles that mock our calendars. Your entire story is not even a whisper. It is a shimmer, a pulse, the faintest echo on the surface of something older than memory and wider than comprehension. But this brevity, this near invisibility in the grand timeline, is not a curse. It's not a diminishment. It is the very reason your presence here matters at all. You are rare, not because you are intelligent or unique or brave, though all those things are true, but because you are impermanent. You don't have forever, and it is that limitation, that quiet pressure of the clock that gives you intensity, the urgency to touch, to speak, to risk. If you had eternity, you would stall, you would delay love, you would postpone truth, you would wander forever without ever choosing. But you don't have forever. You have now. You have the trembling, volatile, impossible fragility of this hour, and maybe the next one, if you're lucky. And that changes everything. That makes a sunrise sacred. That makes a shared glance across a room feel like a miracle. That makes a hello charged with the energy of something that might never happen again. You feel sorrow because it might be the last time. You say, I love you, because you're not sure you'll get another chance. You hold someone's hand like it's a promise, because deep down you know everything ends. And it is that knowledge that makes you cherish what you have, fiercely and completely. We often think of greatness as something vast, something measured in monuments and milestones, but meaning has never depended on size. A meteor doesn't need to be a planet to leave a mark. A single spark can set an entire forest ablaze. Immensity might be impressive, but it is not automatically meaningful. A desert can stretch for 1,000 miles and still be empty. A glacier can persist for eons and still be silent. But a person can live for only 70 or 80 years and still carry galaxies of emotion in their chest. A person can contain memories so vivid they break the heart, can hold another soul's story like a fragile bird and offer warmth without expecting anything back. That is your power. You are not a geological formation. You are not a machine. You are not a number in some eternal algorithm. You are a flame, dancing, trembling, vulnerable, radiant, and that is precisely why you shine. Time moves differently for you than it does for stars or atoms or tides. You do not measure yourself in epochs or cosmic revolutions. You measure in glances, in laughter, in the way someone's name feels in your mouth. You are defined not by longevity, but by presence, by the way you show up when it counts, by the courage it takes to say what you feel when you know it might hurt, by the softness you allow yourself when the world demands armor. You risk, you hope, you break and rebuild. And in all of that fragility, there is a kind of strength no mountain will ever know. To love something you know you will lose is the purest kind of bravery, and you do it every day, without guarantees, without shields. That's not weakness. That's heroism in its truest form. Every second you live is a second you cannot reclaim. Every silence you break, every truth you speak, every goodbye you whisper, All of them are etched into a fabric of time that will never run backward. You don't get rehearsal. There is no second take. And that might sound terrifying, but that's exactly what makes it real. It is the absence of permanence that awakens presence. It's the ticking clock that stirs the heart. If you had endless time, love would feel dull. Art would lose its urgency. A kiss would mean less if it weren't so fleeting. But here you are, with limited hours, with fragile breath, with trembling hands. And yet, you create beauty anyway. You say, "I'm sorry," even when it hurts. You forgive, you wait, you leap. And you do all of it not because you know it will last, but because you know it won't. You see, stars burn for billions of years and never feel anything. They don't write symphonies. They don't mourn or dream. They don't change someone's life with a quiet gesture or a well-timed word. But you do. You can. You have. There are people walking the earth right now who still remember something you said 5 years ago. A kindness. A look. A moment you may not even remember yourself. And yet it changed them. You are not timeless, but you are unforgettable in the most human way. In the way that stories are told around kitchen tables and remembered in lullabies. In the way that someone says your name long after you're gone, and it still brings warmth. You were never meant to be permanent. You were meant to be powerful in your impermanence. Like lightning, like a heartbeat, like a song played only once, but remembered forever. And in your passing, you offer the universe something it cannot give itself. Awareness, reflection, emotion. You feel pain and joy and longing, not despite your transience, but because of it. And that makes your existence a kind of miracle, not because it's grand, but because it feels, because it reaches, because it tries. And yes, you will leave. We all do. But you will have mattered to someone, maybe to many. You will have left fingerprints on hearts, echoes in minds, and warmth in places you'll never return to. That is the legacy of a life, lived fully, even if briefly. Not in gold statues or famous quotes, but in the way someone breathes easier because of you. In the way someone else dares to be kind because you showed them how. In the way you made the unbearable a little more bearable for someone else. That ripple, that fire passed hand to hand, is more profound than eternity without love. So don't wait. Don't hesitate. Don't waste this shimmer you've been given trying to be immortal in a world that only remembers the truly present. Say it now. Do it now. Love boldly. Speak clearly. Cry openly. Because this is the moment. This is the beat, and it's yours. The stars will go on long after you're gone, but they will never know the ache of holding someone who is slipping away. They will never taste the sweetness of a fleeting joy. But you will. And that, more than any cosmic achievement, is why you matter. Why you are irreplaceable. Why your tiny flicker of light holds more meaning than all the silent eternities combined. You are a brief miracle. A momentary defiance of cold, endless silence. A story told between the opening and closing of eyes. And in the end, if your life has been a match, quick, bright, vanishing, it will have been enough. Because that match may light 100 more. And those flames may carry something forward that even time cannot erase. You don't need to outlast the stars. You just need to burn while you're here, and you are here. So burn. The universe may be infinite. Imagine standing in front of a vast, endless ocean with your eyes closed and a single drop of salt water on your lips, and being told that this drop is all you'll ever know of the sea, not because there isn't more to taste, but because your body simply can't absorb it, can't handle it, can't even begin to comprehend its scope. And yet, you carry that drop as if it were everything, build stories around it, construct meaning from it, grieve and love and fear and hope within the confines of that one fleeting sensation, never realizing how much you're missing. That's your relationship with the universe. You exist within an incomprehensibly vast totality, a structure so enormous, so multidimensional, so layered in silence and scale, that your entire lifetime, every sight, sound, discovery, dream, is drawn from a cosmic fragment smaller than imagination permits. Not just small, not just a fraction, but a fraction of a fraction of a fraction so thin it may as well be nothing. You will only ever see a few thousand stars with your naked eye. You'll live on a single planet, orbiting a single star in one spiral arm of one galaxy, in a cosmos that might contain 2 trillion galaxies. You'll never leave your solar system. You'll never breathe air on another world. The photons that reach your eyes from the night sky are a curated set. Only those that happen to be traveling your way at the right time. Only those that haven't been swallowed by dust or distorted by time. And even if we had perfect technology, even if we built machines that could accelerate to near light speed, the observable universe, the bubble we can measure, would still be a pinprick in the ocean of what might be. Because beyond that horizon, space continues. We don't know how far, we don't know how big. It may go on forever, infinitely. And if it does, then your entire life, every idea you've ever had, every discovery humans have ever made, every book ever written, every song ever sung, every war ever fought, every cathedral, every funeral, every baby's first cry, all of it happens in a cosmic blink, within a finite scrap of a canvas that has no edges. And yet, you go on. You wake up. You make breakfast. You check the weather. You fall in love with people who will die. You cry over small things. You argue about parking spots. You worry about wrinkles. You carry within your heart a quiet knowledge that you will never see even the smallest fraction of what exists. And, still, you try. You try to matter. You try to belong. You build telescopes to peer a little farther, spacecraft to escape gravity's grip, equations to map the unseen. But the truth, both beautiful and devastating, is that you will never see most of it. Not because it's hiding, but because you are limited. Your senses evolved for survival, not for truth. Your eyes can't see gamma rays. Your ears can't hear cosmic background radiation. Your brain filters out the overwhelming hum of the universe to let you focus on the sound of your name, the warmth of a lover's voice, the quiet click of a door closing. And thank God for that, because if you could perceive the full immensity of existence at once, it might shatter you. The weight of infinity is not meant to be carried by a nervous system made of carbon and water. So the universe hides itself, not maliciously, but mercifully. It reveals slivers, glimpses, whispers. And it is in these fragments that you live your life. You see a sunset and think it's the whole sky, but it's just the scattering of light through a thin slice of atmosphere. You fall in love with someone and believe you've touched something eternal, and maybe you have. But even that eternity is a mirror of your own depth, not of the cosmos. You watch the stars and forget they are not points but spheres of burning plasma, so far away that their light is older than your civilization. You build cathedrals, not to reach the heavens, but to reflect your longing back at you in stone and silence. And still, despite all this, you are not insignificant. You are not a mistake. You are a vessel, handcrafted by billions of years of chaos and chance, to hold just enough of the universe to wonder about the rest. And wonder is not a small thing. It is the beginning of everything meaningful. Your curiosity, your hunger for what lies beyond the veil, is what separates you from machines, from stones, from stars themselves. You will never see 99.9999% of existence, but you know that you won't. And that knowledge is a form of seeing. That ache to know is its own kind of vision. And in your brief time here, you turn that ache into stories, into science, into art, into whispered prayers and shouted truths. You teach your children to ask questions you can't answer. You build instruments that extend your reach. You learn to love people who are mysteries even to themselves. And maybe that is the point, not to see everything, but to learn how to live fully with what little is given. To find grandeur in the grain, to hear symphonies in silence, to build meaning in a room with the curtains closed, knowing the sun still shines outside. the universe, may be infinite, but so is your ability to find wonder in the microscopic. You don't need to see all of existence to be changed by it. A single glance through a telescope can shift your understanding forever. A single photograph of a distant galaxy can make you cry. A single question, what else is out there, can echo in your soul for a lifetime. And that echo is your connection to the infinite. That echo is the infinite, folded into flesh. The universe does not need you to map it. It needs you to feel it, to honor it by showing up for your portion of it, however small, with presence, with reverence, with fire. You are the aperture through which a tiny piece of the infinite becomes self-aware. And though your view is narrow, your gaze is not. Though your senses are limited, your mind is not. Though you will never see 99.999% of what exists, the sliver you do hold is enough to build cathedrals of meaning. You are the paradox, finite yet infinite in perspective, blind to the whole yet moved by the fragment, a speck in the cosmos, and yet the only part of it, as far as we know, that can look back at it and whisper, "I see you." And maybe that whisper is the entire reason anything exists at all. The light from some galaxies has been traveling for 13 billion years. Imagine waking up one morning and finding a letter slid beneath your door. A letter written not in ink or typed on familiar paper, but etched in radiance. Composed before there were names to sign it or hands to deliver it, long before your country drew borders or your language formed alphabets. Even before trees rooted themselves into soil or rivers sang across stone, before even the moon carved its path into the sky as you know it. A letter not from someone, but from something. Its sender unknown. Its journey measured not in miles, but in epochs, written in fire, sealed by the gravity of stars and sent through time, through void, through silence. Its envelope, the very fabric of space-time, and the moment you open it, the second your eyes fall upon its contents, the entire framework of how you thought the universe worked begins to unravel, not because of what it says explicitly, but because of what it implies, that across this vast, cold, indifferent dark, something has reached for you. That's what starlight is. That's what it always has been. When you gaze into the night sky, you are not simply admiring brightness scattered against blackness. You are deciphering messages written billions of years ago by fires that no longer burn. Some perhaps collapsed into darkness. Some exploded into supernova elegies, their remnants drifting as ash across the interstellar sea. You are witnessing not presence, but memory. Not light, but its endurance. The photons that kiss your eyes tonight began their journey when the Earth itself was only dust and gas. Long before oceans existed, long before animals dreamed, long before the human heart ever broke. And still, they came, unwavering, uninterrupted, unyielding, traveling at the absolute speed limit of the cosmos through fields of magnetism, past stars yet unborn, around black holes that bend reality, slipping like silver through the gravitational fabric of time, just to arrive at your fragile cornea, delivering a message that says only this: I was there. And in that moment, in that breathless reception, you become something more than yourself. You become a living bridge between epochs, a conscious vessel standing at the end of a timeless relay, cradling a light that outlived its source. You are not simply seeing the stars. You are seeing what the universe used to be, a moving archive of vanished moments, a galactic museum of echoes and extinction, a still glowing graveyard of creation. Every twinkle is a ghost, every shimmer a goodbye. The night sky is not a view, it is a record, a palimpsest of ancient light stacked like sedimentary layers of cosmic history, each beam a fossil of energy. What you see might no longer be there. The star might be gone, the galaxy might be torn apart, the light might be the only survivor. And yet it arrives, dignified and whole, because in the vacuum of space, light does not wither. It travels. It carries its origin like a memory carved into its very frequency, preserving the vibration of birth, the tone of explosion, the gravity of motion. And so when you look up, you are not looking out. You are looking back, thousands, millions, billions of years into a past that still insists on being seen. And this, perhaps more than anything else, should change you. Because in a world obsessed with speed, with instant gratification, with the click and scroll of immediate input and output, with the illusion that everything worth knowing is already known, here is something ancient that arrives slow, reverent, patient. You are slowed by it, stopped by it, awakened by it. You remember that not all truths arrive on demand. Some take longer than lifetimes. Some must travel unthinkable distances to finally reach a mind that can hold them. You, made of carbon and stardust and breath, are somehow capable of grasping that this soft beam of light was born before mammals, before mountains, before memory itself. And you can understand it, you can honor it, you can marvel at it. You are not just a passive observer of the cosmos, you are an interpreter, a decoder, a sentient flicker capable of translating physics into wonder. You, a speck on a speck orbiting. A speck can lift a telescope to the void and read stories from the first fire. And that is a miracle. Not a supernatural one, but a scientific, biological, emotional miracle. Because no other known thing in this universe has that gift. And this light that touches you tonight, it may have passed countless barren worlds, lonely stars, unthinking elements, but it found you, and you noticed. That matters. It makes you the final page of its long transmission. It makes you the reason it mattered at all. So what do you do with that? What do you owe a message that took 13 billion years to reach your eye? Perhaps you owe nothing, or perhaps you owe everything. Perhaps you owe your attention, your reverence, your refusal to ever again call the night sky empty. Because it's not. It's speaking. Always has been. Not in syllables, but in wavelengths. Not in narration, but in radiation. Not in sound, but in spectrum. It's telling you that you are woven into something far older and larger than you will ever fully comprehend, and that your existence is not isolated from it, but embedded within it, co-authored by it. You are not just in the universe. You are of it, crafted by the very forces you now study. Every element in your body, iron, calcium, carbon, was forged in stars whose deaths were necessary for your life to begin. So when you look at the stars, you're not just looking at where you came from, you're looking at who you are. A self-aware arrangement of ancient debris, learning to gaze back at its origins. And the farther you look, the deeper the connection becomes. You, in your short life, with your breakable frame and your aching questions, can reach mentally across billions of light years and touch the edge of time, and you are not untouched in return. The universe leaves fingerprints on your soul, or is not decoration. It is calibration. It sets you right. It reorients your smallness as sacred. It reminds you that yes, you are brief, but you are also bright. You burn with curiosity, with empathy, with the kind of light that doesn't fade when your body does. You affect others. You change them. You send light of your own, not in photons, but in kindness, in music, in memory. And though your glow might not reach galaxies, it can reach someone across a table, across a city, across a life. Your laughter, your forgiveness, your art. These are transmissions too, carried by minds and hearts rather than vacuum. And just as light from a distant galaxy may touch your face long after its source has died, the warmth of your actions may endure long after you are gone. The cosmos has taught you this, that delay does not diminish impact, that distance does not erase connection. So burn. Send your own messages. Live like your choices are beams of light launched across the years, destined to reach someone who needs them. And know this, you are not a footnote in the story of the stars. You are one of their expressions, a temporary translation of the eternal. And your life, this brief burst of perception and presence, is itself a form of light. And someone, somewhere, sometime from now, may feel the echo of it and know in their own quiet way that they are not alone. Because once, in the darkness, you looked up, And you listened, and you saw. There might be more universes than atoms in ours. Imagine holding a single grain of sand in your palm and being told that this grain contains an entire world, not metaphorically, but literally, an entire world with its own skies, oceans, histories, and lives. And then being told that every other grain of sand on every beach on Earth might hold a different world just like it, and that beyond those beaches are endless deserts, and beyond those deserts more still, and beyond even that, something stranger. The suggestion that the beach itself is only one thread in a tapestry so vast, so deeply interwoven with unseen layers that reality as you understand it is but a ripple in a sea of possibilities so infinite, so dizzying, it defies both logic and imagination. This is the multiverse. Not a theory of abundance, but a theory of limitless abundance, of parallel realms and infinite variations, of realities stacked like pages in a book so thick it has no final chapter. And though we may never see them, we might be surrounded by them, worlds just as real as ours, separated not by distance, but by difference, by shifts in conditions so subtle that a single electron's vibration could decide which version you fall into. The idea seems wild, like science fiction, and yet it grows from the soil of our deepest equations. Quantum mechanics, cosmic inflation, string theory, all hint, whisper, or scream that the universe we see is only a sliver of what truly is. Some models even propose that the number of universes could exceed the number of atoms in this one. Let that settle for a moment. Consider the staggering fact that your body alone contains roughly 10 octillion atoms, a number so large it becomes meaningless. And yet, the multiverse theory suggests that there may be more entire universes than there are atoms in you. And if that's true, what does that say about you? About your life, your memories, your fears, your dreams? Are you one of a trillion versions of yourself? Is there another you reading this right now in a different world? Slightly taller, slightly braver, slightly lonelier? Is there a world where you made that one different decision? The one that kept you up at night for years? Is there a version of this same world where the sky is green, where gravity hums differently, where time flows backward and the past hasn't happened yet? The possibilities aren't just endless, they're fundamental. Because if every quantum event can split reality into multiple outcomes, then every choice, every accident, every breath forks the cosmos into something new. And the strangest part, you'd never know. You're trapped in your thread of reality, unable to perceive the tapestry that surrounds you. But like the fish who doesn't know what water is, you move through your world unaware of how deeply it's embedded in something larger. And this ignorance is not a failure. It's a survival mechanism. If you could see all versions of reality at once, you might collapse under the weight of it. You might freeze, overwhelmed by infinite regret, or infinite joy, or infinite confusion. So the universe gives you this one thread, this single life, and says, make it count. And count it does. Because even if there are other versions of you, this version is the only one you have access to. This moment is the only one you can touch. And that makes it sacred. Think of what it means to be conscious in a world that might be one among countless others. It means you are a rare observer, a focal point of perception inside a system so complex that even its shadows cast realities. You are the mirror reflecting back not one world, but the idea of worldness itself. And if that sounds too grand, too cosmic, too abstract, remember, you don't have to understand the multiverse to live meaningfully within your own. You don't need proof of other universes to make beauty in this one. In fact, the fragility of your experience, the way it slips from your fingers even as you try to hold it, is precisely why it matters. If there are infinite versions of you, that doesn't devalue you. It multiplies your potential. It means the universe keeps trying you on, again and again, searching for something, or maybe just playing, experimenting, dreaming. Because what else could existence be if not a dream dreamt in 1,000 tongues? But dreams are not just fantasy, they are windows into truth. The multiverse may not be visible, but its presence lingers in the edges of your intuition. When you sense a path not taken, when you feel déjà vu, When you fall asleep and see a world so detailed it feels real. Who's to say it isn't? Who's to say you don't slip between versions of yourself without knowing? That every choice is a doorway, that every second splits you like light through a prism. The physics doesn't rule it out. If anything, it invites you to consider that reality is less a solid and more a song, changing with perspective, echoing into variations. And in this symphony of possibility, your life still matters deeply. Because the version of you reading this is the only one who knows they are reading it. The only one who can pause, reflect, and let the immensity of this idea wash over them like tide over stone. You are not just a participant in the universe. You are a storyteller, a meaning maker, a translator of the unspeakable into the human. And perhaps, in a cosmos where every possibility plays out, the role of consciousness is not to map it all, but to witness it, to hold even one thread of the infinite and say, this one matters. Because it does. You matter. Not because you're unique, but because you're aware. Not because you are alone, but because you're not. You're part of something that might have no boundary and no center, and still, somehow, you walk your path. You love as if nothing else exists. You suffer as if it's final. You build as if permanence is real. And maybe that's the greatest beauty of all. That in a multiverse of endless tries, you live this life like it's the only one. And maybe, in some mysterious way, that makes it so. The sky is full of dead stars whose light still reaches you. You've been taught to think of the night sky as a present moment, a live performance staged just for your eyes, a canopy of now sparkling above the hush of sleeping cities. But the truth is far more haunting, far more intricate, far more reverent than you were ever told. What you see when you look up isn't what is, but what was. Not a concert unfolding live, but a recording from epochs ago. Not a sky full of stars, but a gallery of vanished brilliance. A memory of their light held in motion. A delayed whisper of radiance from fires that may no longer burn, still hurtling toward you across the black expanse like postcards from ghosts who don't yet know they're gone. The sky is full of dead stars, and you are full of their light. You walk beneath their shimmer, draped in radiation from ancient deaths, unwittingly wrapped in the final cries of suns that collapsed long before your ancestors carved language from breath. You see only the surface, the illusion of present glow, unaware that some of those pinpricks you admire no longer exist in any form your hands could touch or your science could reassemble. Their cores have imploded, their matter has scattered across galactic winds, their music has stopped. But because light moves at a finite speed and the cosmos is wide beyond metaphor, their final syllables are still en route, echoes riding the void, traversing a universe so immense that their voices reach your eyes centuries, millennia, even eons after the mouths that uttered them fell into silence. You do not see stars. You see ghosts. You gaze at echoes. You admire absences pretending to be presence. And yet these ghosts still move you. They still guide lost sailors through the sea's abyss, still ignite the verses of lonely poets, still cast silver on mountaintops and deserts, still hush you into awe without speaking a single word. That is the paradox you live beneath. To be shaped and silenced by what no longer exists, to be touched by warmth from extinguished flames, to make a wish upon a light that died before your species built pyramids. And this isn't metaphor, it's science. Astronomers have catalogued stars whose light took so long to arrive that the stars themselves have already perished, crushed into neutron remnants, exploded into supernova fireworks, or faded into quiet entropy. And yet their light, honest, unhurried, undisturbed, keeps coming. It crosses galaxies, it crosses eras, it crosses oblivion, and it lands on you. You, standing barefoot on the skin of this vulnerable blue world, become its witness, its final destination, its act of being seen. The stars do not know you, they do not aim for you, but their light finds you anyway. Because light needs no map, no motive, no permission. It moves because that is what it does. It travels because it must. It carries not just photons, but proof, testimony embedded in every wave. And you, small and temporary and unsure, receive it like a sacred letter delivered. Late, you don't just see stars, you receive their confessions, their last songs, their unanswered prayers. You become the cathedral in which long-dead fires echo, and you never even knew you were standing in one. When a star dies, it doesn't erase itself. It begins again, in fragments, in force, in influence, in the light it gave away. You're illuminated by elegies. Your life is lit by funerals too far away to hear, but close enough to change you. Still, you treat the night as though it were alive and current, not realizing that each glance upward is time travel, that every twinkle is a delay, a backlog of cosmic memory that only now has arrived. You live among ghosts and don't realize how fluent you already are in their language. Because your whole life is layered in delay. Light delay, emotional delay, the delay between experience and understanding, action and consequence, word and realization. Reality is lag. And this isn't a glitch, it's a feature. The universe isn't a real-time broadcast, it's a symphony of echoes. You think you're in the moment, but you're stitched from signals that began long before you entered the room. The molecules that form your body were forged in furnaces you never saw, events you couldn't survive. Your perception is always behind the facts, and yet that doesn't make your experience any less real. It makes it more miraculous, because in all this slowness, something still reaches you. Light arrives. Love arrives. Meaning arrives, not instantly, but powerfully. Light is not just illumination, it is survival, it is continuity, it is legacy etched in frequency. And the cosmos is full of it, still sending, still shining, still waiting to be received. And so the question becomes, what will you do with what has arrived? Will you look away, or will you let it in? Will you allow yourself to be changed by what is gone? Because every star that touches your eyes is a teacher, and every photon is an invitation to humility, to wonder, to the intimate knowledge that something ended, yet still mattered. You are proof that absence does not negate effect, that silence can still teach, that death is not the end of impact. You grieve people whose voices you'll never hear again, yet their choices still shape your life. You carry behaviors, beliefs, anxieties from ancestors you never met. You remember faces in dreams that no longer exist. And yet all of this still moves you, shapes you, directs you. You are in that sense made of echoes. So is the sky. The stars are simply a cosmic rehearsal of what you already do. Linger, influence, continue. And if light can do that, if something as small and immaterial as a photon can travel for 10 billion years and still warm your face, then so can love, so can courage, so can a single act of kindness, cast into time without knowing where it will land. You don't have to be remembered to make a difference. You don't have to be present to be felt. Your life is not a broadcast, it's a beacon. And you may never know who it reaches or when. You may never see the eyes your glow finds, but it will matter. It already does. Because someone somewhere might carry the warmth you gave them and pass it on unknowingly. And that ripple might touch 1,000 others, and the origin won't matter. What will matter is that something once burned, and because it burned, others began to. So maybe you don't need a legacy carved in stone. Maybe all you need is to shine where you are, to radiate something real, to choose every day whether your light heals or harms. Because stars don't pick their audience, neither do you, but both leave a trace. And if the sky has taught you anything, it's that distance doesn't erase connection, that time doesn't destroy truth, that what you offer now may outlast you in ways you'll never see. And so, like the stars, you go on, you burn, you end, you echo. Most of the universe is invisible and untouchable. Imagine living in a house where all the walls, ceilings, and floors are invisible, where every step you take rests on something you cannot see, where the very structure that holds your reality together remains forever outside your reach, silently shaping your every move while pretending not to exist. This is not a metaphor for fear or uncertainty. It is the literal condition of your existence inside the universe. Because everything you've ever known, everything you've ever touched, every face you've ever seen, every story ever told, every breath, every heartbeat, every grain of sand and ocean and sunbeam, all of it, without exception, belongs to just a tiny fraction of what's truly out there. Most of the universe is missing from your senses. Most of it, by far, is invisible, untouchable, undetectable through ordinary means. It doesn't glow, it doesn't reflect, it doesn't respond to your light or your matter in any familiar way. It is the unseeable foundation of everything, and you are surrounded by it. We call part of it dark matter. Not because it's evil, not because it's black, but because we don't know what it is. And yet, it outweighs all visible matter many times over. Without it, galaxies would fly apart. Without it, stars wouldn't cluster. Without it, the great cosmic architecture would dissolve into chaos. Dark matter is what keeps the universe coherent, but it never asks for credit. It exerts its presence not by shining, but by holding. It's the gravity that whispers behind, the veil. And even that is only part of the story, because beyond the silence of dark matter lies something even stranger, something not just invisible, but expansive, not just hidden, but dominant, dark energy, a force that doesn't pull, but pushes, a pressure that accelerates the universe's expansion for reasons no one fully understands. It is not simply unknown, it is unknowable by ordinary intuition. You are living in a cosmos ruled by things that neither touch you nor can be touched. Your reality is propped up by shadows. Your atoms drift inside scaffolding made of nothing you can name. And still, you move forward, oblivious to the forces that shape your path. You eat breakfast, you fall in love, you argue about directions, you grieve, you heal, you live within the illusion of clarity. But the truth is, you are more ghost than solid, more silhouette than substance. Because the atoms that make you up are themselves mostly empty space. And even in that space, the known components of matter are the exception, not the rule. What you call everything is just the surface pattern of a far deeper ocean. The visible universe is like a soap bubble floating on an endless black sea. And though you live inside the shimmer of that bubble, the sea surrounds you, holds you, and pushes you onward. And yet, it gives you nothing you can name. It leaves no trace in your hands. It slips through your thoughts like fog. You can measure its influence, chart its presence through the way galaxies move or light bends, but you cannot meet it face to face. And what does that mean for your understanding of reality? It means that everything you experience, every certainty, every claim of truth, is shaped by an overwhelming silence you cannot interrogate. It means that humility is not optional. It is built into the structure of space itself. You are a sentient knot in a fabric that refuses to reveal its full design. And still, you dare to wonder. Still, you build instruments to catch shadows. Still, you ask questions that the light cannot answer. You are perhaps the only creature in this cosmos that tries to know what cannot be known. And that striving, that quiet ache to understand what surrounds you but will never meet your eyes, is what makes your existence more than biology. It makes it an act of faith, not in gods or prophets, but in the power of curiosity to reach into the dark and come back changed. What you call dark matter may not be matter at all. What you name dark energy may be a placeholder for something more profound. You give them names not to define them, but to admit you do not yet understand. And in that admission lies your nobility, because there is no shame in mystery, only in denial. The universe does not apologize for hiding most of itself. It challenges you to become more, to stretch your perceptions, to build new ways of seeing. And so you do. You craft theories that twist space into loops. You invent detectors sensitive enough to catch a single particle in a decade. You spend lives chasing ripples that pass through the cosmos without leaving a fingerprint. You become the thing that reaches for what cannot be held. And though you may fail, you grow in the reaching. You learn to live with unknowing, to find comfort in the incomplete, to call the dark home. And that darkness, far from being empty, becomes the canvas upon which you paint meaning. Because meaning does not require illumination. It requires attention, presence, surrender. The night sky is not just full of stars. It is full of the unseen that makes the stars possible. And in the same way, your life is not just shaped by what you do or say or achieve. It is shaped by the quiet things, the moments of restraint, the questions you never answer, the love you give without recognition, the truths you carry without proof. These are your dark matter, the forces that hold your story together while remaining hidden. And perhaps, just perhaps, the universe is not hiding from you. Perhaps it is showing you what it feels like to be part of something larger than understanding, to be a note in a song too complex to hear all at once, to be a flicker in a symphony composed mostly of rests. You are not the main act, you are not the whole, but you are within the whole, and you matter, not because you know, but because you care to know, not because you see, but because you look anyway, not because you touch, but because you reach. The universe is mostly dark, and still you burn. Still you ask. Still you love. That is the miracle, not that the cosmos hides, but that you keep seeking its face in the silence. Your location in the cosmos is arbitrary, but you're still here. Imagine dropping a pin on a map so vast that the concept of borders dissolves, that the scale itself erases the very notion of direction. No edges, no compass rose, no legend. In the corner offering comfort with terms like north or center. Just a boundless canvas so immense that its very vastness makes your location feel absurd, accidental, forgotten. Not because the map is incomplete, but because it was never drawn for beings like you. Beings who ache for meaning, who crave focal points, who instinctively seek a center, a reference, a place to point to and say, here, this is the heart of it all. But the universe, cold and free and indifferent, offers no such place. There is no throne in the heavens, no bullseye in the void. The cosmos, as best we understand it, has no middle. It expands everywhere at once, with no fixed axis, no privileged perch from which it all began. And yet here you are, alive, awake, breathing, spinning quietly on a rock that orbits a middling star, which itself is stitched into one of the spiral arms of a galaxy that drifts among hundreds of billions more, none of which hold a special title, none of which serve as centerpieces. You are not at the top, you are not at the bottom, you are not halfway between one thing and another. You are, in the grandest possible sense, nowhere. And that nowhere is where every poem you've ever read was written. Every child ever born took their first breath here. Every love ever whispered. Every betrayal ever endured. Every laugh, every cry, every dance under a pale moon. All of it, everything you hold sacred, unfolded in this unmarked corner of an indifferent universe. That makes it holy. Not because the universe made it so, but because you did. Because we did. Cosmologically speaking, this is just another random coordinate, no more important than a grain of sand lost in a desert of stars. But subjectively, emotionally, meaningfully, it is everything, because it is yours, and you, like every creature, before you, give meaning not where it is placed, but where it is needed. Earth could have formed anywhere. A billion tiny variables could have shifted, a subtle turbulence in a nebula, a gravitational tug from a distant gas giant, a solar wind slightly stronger or weaker, and none of this would be here. The rocks beneath your feet would not have solidified. The oceans would not have sung. The trees would not have bloomed. And you would not be reading these words. This precise arrangement of particles that became your body, your brain, your memories, could only exist here, and only once. That is both utterly meaningless to the universe and infinitely meaningful to you. Because you emerged, not as a plan, but as an accident so complex, it became inevitable. And in your emergence, you began to wonder. You began to ask questions of the sky, to search the void for reflections of yourself. You built telescopes, and cities, and music, and language. You reached out, not because you were summoned, but because something in you couldn't remain quiet. You arose from silence and dared to speak. That is an act of defiance, yes, but also of devotion. The universe did not prepare for you, but it allowed you. And that permission, silent, indifferent, immense, is more profound than any celestial design. It means you do not exist because of meaning, but meaning exists because of you. The cosmos does not celebrate you, but you are capable of celebration. The galaxies don't seek you, but you are capable of seeking. That matters. That changes everything. The stars don't know your name. They won't mourn your death. They won't remember your dreams. But their light falls on you anyway. Their atoms helped build you. Their energy warms you. Their gravity shaped your oceans, your seasons, your sleep. You are not separate from the universe. You are an extension of it, a specific concentration of stardust that briefly became aware of itself. And in that awareness, space becomes place. Chaos becomes context. This patch of sky, this corner of the Milky Way, becomes meaningful not by decree, but by experience. You are not a visitor to this place. You are its expression. Your eyes are the means by which this corner of the universe sees itself. And because of that, you are not irrelevant. You are essential, not universally, but locally, not eternally, but intimately. And that intimacy, that immediate, fragile, luminous connection between your perception and the place it arises in, is enough, more than enough. You give coordinates meaning. You name things. You draw maps where there were none. You build myths and monuments and families in the middle of nowhere. And slowly, that nowhere becomes somewhere. It becomes home. And home, as it turns out, doesn't require a central location. It requires presence. It requires attention. It requires care. You turn randomness into relevance by deciding to matter where you are. And in doing so, you shift the story of the universe, not in its trajectory, but in its telling. Because story is your gift. You look at the sky and don't just see stars, you see time, mystery, possibility. You look at yourself and don't just see a body, you see purpose, potential, pain, poetry. And in doing that, you alter the narrative. Before you, the cosmos simply was. After you, it becomes something that can be described, felt, understood, mourned, celebrated. Your insignificance in size is irrelevant compared to the vastness of your significance in scope. You are not in the center, but you can be a center of kindness, a center of empathy, a gravity well for warmth, a nucleus around which meaning gathers, not because you were destined for it, but because you chose to hold it, because you decided that presence would not be wasted on you. So be the lighthouse in the middle of the sea, be the fire in the clearing, be the one tree in the empty field that breaks the horizon and changes the whole shape of the land. You will leave. The earth will turn without you. The stars will burn without your name. But your imprint, the wake of your wonder, the afterglow of your love, the texture of your choices, will ripple outward like concentric waves. Someone you never meet might feel it. Someone not yet born might be softened by a kindness you planted. That is not a fantasy. That is physics, transcribed through empathy. The gravity of one person's choices bending the trajectories of others. You are not at the center of the universe, but you are the center of a story only you can tell. And that here, in the middle of nowhere, is everything. The universe has no center. Every point is expanding away from every other. Imagine standing on the surface of a balloon, not at the tip or the edge, because there is no edge, but anywhere, just somewhere, and watching as the skin beneath. Your feet stretches in every direction, and realizing that no matter where you go on that surface, No matter what point you choose to stand on, the expansion happens the same way. Outward, away from every other point, like the universe is a breath, being held in time, a growing silence that does not rise from a center, but from the absence of one. This is not how you were taught to think. You grew up with stories of beginnings, of centers and edges, of things starting from somewhere and growing outward. Fires from a match, ripples from a stone, cities from a capital. But space doesn't play by those rules. There is no middle to this cosmos, no throne at the heart, no privileged position from which all else radiates. Instead, everything, every galaxy, every cluster, every pocket of light and dust and fire is moving away from everything else, not because they're fleeing, but because the very fabric of existence is stretching. Space itself is not the stage. It's the actor. It's not what things move through. It's what moves. And in this strange play, every actor believes themselves to be at the center, because from every vantage point, the same pattern appears. Things receding, things drifting, everything quietly slipping further into distance, as if reality were made of absence pretending to be form. You are standing on one of those points, on a blue planet orbiting an average star in a modest galaxy, and if you look out all around you, the universe seems to move away. And if you were on any other star, you'd see the same thing. This is not illusion, it's physics. A truth so counterintuitive that it breaks the storytelling instincts your species inherited, because you crave origins. You crave reference points. You want to know where the center is, so you can ask, where am I in relation to it? But the answer the universe gives is radical. You are not next to the center. You are the center. And so is everything else. And if that answer feels like a riddle, like some impossible paradox that folds in on itself, that's because it is. But it's also real. This is how space-time behaves when it stretches. Every coordinate becomes a kind of center, not because it is special, but because the symmetry of expansion leaves no favorites. And that realization, the absence of a center, carries more than mathematical implications. It forces a philosophical shift. If there is no center, then there is no rightful throne for meaning, no cosmic hierarchy, no preferred seat for significance, which means you are both dethroned and liberated. You are not in the middle of all things, but neither is anyone else. Your place in the universe is not a location on a map, but a moment in a pattern, a pulse in a vast geometry of motion. And the motion never stops. Galaxies drift away, not because they chose to, but because they are riding the tide of expansion that began long before stars were born, a tide not flowing outward from somewhere, but flowing outward from everywhere. And you, in your ordinary life, wake up beneath a sky that looks still, that feels stable, and never notice that the very molecules around you are stretched just a little more than yesterday. The distance between galaxies grows. The silence between stars deepens, the cold increases, not because something is pushing, but because the very metric of distance changes. And this change happens not in space, but to space. It is not a wind you can feel, but a truth you can measure. And it begs you to question the metaphors you've lived by. If there is no center, then what is importance? If everything expands from everything else, then what does connection mean? These are not abstract musings. They reach into how you live, because you have always felt that somewhere, someone had the answers, that someone lived closer to the truth, that someone was more aligned with the source. But there is no closer. There is no source. The expansion makes all distances relative, and in that relativity lies a hidden freedom. You do not have to chase the center. You do not have to climb towards some higher place, because every place is already the middle of its own motion. Every experience is a new starting point, and that includes you. You are expanding. Your cells, your ideas, your griefs. You are not fixed. You are part of the motion. And you don't need a cosmic spotlight to matter. You need only to recognize that your moment, like every other, exists in motion away from something else, and that motion is not loss. it is creation. Every expansion is a birth of more room, more time, more possibility. And even as it spreads into silence, it carries the echoes of everything it leaves behind. You think of expansion as loneliness, but maybe it's opportunity. Maybe the distances make space for stories. Maybe the growing dark between stars is the blank page on which new light will be written. And maybe your life, your small and aching, life is the same. A field expanding from every loss, from every question, from every end, not into nothingness, but into becoming. Because if the universe has taught you anything, it is that stillness is the illusion. What you call stable is just slow motion. What you call final is just the edge of knowing. The map you thought you lived on is infinite and centerless, and that is not despair. That is invitation. An invitation to stop waiting for alignment, for permission, for the right place to begin. Because everywhere is beginning. Every heartbeat is expansion. Every thought is a ripple. And even though you cannot feel the pull, even though the galaxies race away faster than you could ever catch them, you are still part of the choreography. You are the rhythm made visible. You are the note in the cosmic song that doesn't need to resolve. And when you stand at night and look up, and everything seems so distant, so scattered, so cold, remember, it's not drifting away from you. It's with you. The universe is not leaving you behind. It is growing through you. You are not forgotten. You are included. You are a coordinate in the uncentered bloom of being. And no one else can occupy your point in this strange expansion. No one else can sing from your silence. You are not the center of the universe, but the universe is expanding from where you stand, and that makes you part of the centerless miracle. The observable universe is just a fraction of what exists. Imagine staring through a keyhole in a vast cathedral, not knowing the building stretches infinitely in every direction, not realizing that the grand spires, painted windows, and winding staircases remain forever hidden behind the sliver of wood you press your eye against, believing the little you can see is all there is, when in truth it is barely a beginning. This is how you see the universe. Not through doors, not through windows, but through a narrow aperture shaped by the limitations of light, time, and distance. You call it the observable universe, as if its borders were natural, as if its edges were defined by the cosmos itself, but they are not. They are defined by you, by the speed at which light can travel, and the short time you've been here too. Watch it. You live inside a bubble of visibility, a shrinking sphere of accessible information, wrapped in an ocean of unknowable space. Everything you've ever measured, detected, photographed, or dreamed about, every galaxy, every nebula, every background glow, exists within that tiny keyhole. Beyond it, silence. Not because there's nothing, but because you cannot see it, cannot reach it, cannot confirm it with any tool you've built. The light hasn't had time to arrive, and so you wait. And while you wait, the rest of the universe continues, unconcerned with your ignorance. You often forget that this limitation is not about the universe. It's about your position within it. Your reach is not infinite. Your sight is not omniscient. You are not at the center of the cosmic map, only at the center of your view. And what you see is not what is. It's what has been, filtered, delayed, redshifted into older versions of truth. You look into the past and confuse it for a snapshot of now, but that is the illusion of observation. It flattens the complexity of space-time into a still image and asks you to draw conclusions. And the cruel irony is that the more you learn, the more you realize how little you can ever know. You now understand that the visible universe is just the glowing tip of an iceberg buried in dark. You know that the cosmos extends far beyond the walls of your observational bubble, that your tools can only touch a fraction of what's out there, that the fabric continues unfolding beyond the perimeter of your gaze. But this understanding does not comfort, it humbles, because it means you will never see the whole picture. You will never count every galaxy, trace every particle, or measure every horizon. And yet, you try. You build better telescopes. You reach farther. You stretch your minds into equations that predict what your eyes can't confirm. You model the unseeable, And in doing so, you admit something quietly magnificent. That reality is not what you perceive, it's what you believe enough to chase. Even if you only ever see a tiny fragment, that fragment is enough to ignite wonder. To set fire to the need to know. You are surrounded by a cosmos that hides the majority of itself, and still, you dedicate your life to discovering what it won't show you. This is not madness. It is devotion. The observable universe is estimated to be vast, trillions of galaxies, stretching for billions of light years in every direction, and still, it is almost nothing compared to what lies beyond. That's the scale we're talking about. That's how little you see. You are not living in the universe. You are living in a fraction of its accessible expression. And even that expression is deceptive, because much of what's inside your observable bubble is unreachable. The expansion of space pushes distant galaxies away faster than light can bridge. They are receding into darkness, not because they want to, but because the universe is stretching between you and them. So even within your field of vision, there are things you will never touch. You are surrounded by light that never makes it to you. That's the paradox. You live in a bubble of sight, and even inside that, most of the light escapes. You are isolated inside an isolation. And yet, you have the arrogance and the bravery to ask what's beyond, to dream of parallel universes, hidden dimensions, mirror realities layered just beyond perception. And maybe they're real. Maybe outside your bubble lies a foam of other universes, each with their own laws, their own symmetries, their own species wondering the same thing about their edges. Maybe infinity is not a poetic exaggeration, but a sober truth. But you don't need infinite universes to be humbled. One is enough, because this one will never fully reveal itself to you. It will always outsize your understanding. You live inside a truth that's too big to hold, and you have two choices: resent the limit or fall in love with the mystery. Most choose the second, whether they admit it or not, because it is the unknown that gives your questions meaning. If you knew everything, wonder would die. If you saw it all, beauty would collapse under the weight of comprehension. Mystery is the fuel of human consciousness, and the universe, in its vastness, offers you an endless supply. You are a flame surrounded by a darkness that will never end, and the flicker of your curiosity keeps you from being swallowed by it. You are small, but your longing is not. Your vision is limited, but your ability to imagine is boundless. You will never see the full picture, but you can be part of it. You can embody what it means to strive, to reach, to dream across silence. The observable universe is just a stage inside a theater whose walls extend beyond the realm of architecture, and yet you perform your part with full presence. You dance, knowing the curtain hides more dancers. You sing, knowing your note is a fragment, and maybe that's the point. Not to master the whole, but to live the part you're given with such grace that even the unseen applauds. Your reality is not confined by what you can observe. It is expanded by your refusal to stop looking. That refusal is your gift. It is your resistance. It is your offering to a cosmos that may never know your name, but which feels, for one brief moment, illuminated by your gaze. You share 97% of your atoms with everyone else. You think you are a singular thing, a name, a body, a collection of thoughts and memories stitched together by the illusion of continuity. But the truth is, you are less a self and more a symphony of borrowed particles, a temporary arrangement of ancient elements that have passed through countless forms before you, that will pass through countless more after you, and even now are not truly yours. You do not own your atoms. You do not possess your molecules. You do not hold exclusive rights to the calcium in your bones or the oxygen in your blood. These things were never uniquely yours. They are fragments of a shared universe, drifting between beings, bodies, and worlds, like notes in a melody too vast to be sung by any one voice alone. The iron in your blood may have once belonged to a dying star, but more recently, it may have flowed through the veins of a stranger. The carbon in your cells may have burned in the lungs of an ancient forest, or glowed in the heart of a forgotten creature. You are not made of original materials. You are made of common currency, circulating through time, through lives, through breath and death and rebirth. And here's the staggering part. About 97% of the atoms that compose you are the same as those that compose everyone else. The person you love, the person you fear, the person you will never meet. Beneath the surface illusions of skin and personality, you are built of almost exactly the same stuff. The hydrogen, carbon, nitrogen, and oxygen that form your tissues are not unique. They are universal. You are not just related to other people through family or language or culture. You are related to them through matter itself. You are, in a very literal sense, part of them. They are part of you. Every breath you take contains molecules that have been exhaled by millions of others. Every drop of water you drink has passed through clouds, rivers, animals, and ancestors. You are a node in a massive web of physical continuity, a brief convergence point in the grand cycle of transformation. And yet, you feel alone. You feel distinct. You feel as though your experience is yours and yours alone, sealed inside your skull like a private cinema, when in fact the theatre, the screen, and even the light of the projection come from sources you share with every living thing. Your loneliness is not a reflection of separation. It is a misunderstanding of scale. You are not an isolated flame. You are a single flicker in a fire that stretches across generations, across species, across stars. And still, you build identities on the illusion of division. You mark borders, draw lines, wear names like armor. You forget that your atoms do not care who you think you are. They have been everyone. They have been everything. They will be again. There is no such thing as pure individuality, not on the atomic level. Your body is a temporary gathering of cosmic dust, held together by chance and time and entropy. One day, that gathering will dissolve, and every piece of you will go back into circulation. You will become trees. You will become rivers. You will become wind and stone and laughter in someone else's lungs. This is not poetry. This is physics. The atoms that make you are not disappearing when you die. They are redistributing. Your consciousness may end, but your material self will echo in countless forms. You will be the soil that feeds the roots that feed the fruit that feeds the child. You will be the rain that falls on the face of a stranger who never knew your name but shares your atoms. You will be part of love you never felt, pain you never knew, thoughts you never thought. You are not just sharing atoms with others. You are becoming them, again and again. And so is everyone else. The boundaries between you and others are temporary, porous, and illusory. You are not your skin. You are not your story. You are a pattern of particles, repeated across space and time, configured just uniquely enough to think you're separate. But you're not. You never were. You can feel this in moments of deep connection. When you look into someone's eyes and feel that sudden collapse of self, that overwhelming sensation of being part of something larger. That's not romance or empathy. That's recognition. Your atoms are recognizing their own. When you hold someone close and feel your heartbeat sync with theirs, that's not metaphor. That's physics. That's chemistry. That's the dance of shared elements returning to one another. Even your emotions are built from atoms you didn't invent. Neurotransmitters, recycled from food, from breath, from starlight. There is no thought in your head that isn't powered by particles that once moved through the world as something else. You are not the origin of your being. You are its latest echo. And in a strange, profound way, so is everyone else. The person you argue with shares your atoms. The person you ignore contains your carbon. The person you pass on the street is built of the same dust. This doesn't mean you are the same in personality or soul or experience, but it means that the raw material of your existence is not proprietary. It is communal. It always has been. And in recognizing this, something changes. Your anger softens. Your pride dissolves. Your sense of exceptionalism erodes into awe. Because how can you hate someone when they are made of you? How can you claim superiority when your very body was once theirs. And this isn't just a human truth. The animals share your atoms, the air, the earth, the stars. You are built from the same ingredients that burn in the cores of suns and fall as snow on mountain peaks. The universe does not differentiate between you and the rest of its matter. Only you do. And in that self-drawn distinction lies both your tragedy and your opportunity. Because if you remember what you're made of, if you remember that your existence is participation, not ownership, you start to live differently. You stop chasing permanence. You stop fearing death. You stop defining others by difference. Instead, you begin to marvel at the dance of repetition, at the elegance of entropy and exchange. You begin to see that your life is not a story with a beginning and an end, but a chapter in a book that never closes, a verse in a song that echoes through eternity. And if you are lucky, if you are awake, you will see that this makes your life more meaningful, not less, because it means you are never truly alone. You are never truly lost. You are never truly gone. You are simply part of the pattern, shimmering for a moment, then rejoining the rhythm. You are a note in a symphony you cannot hear in full. You are a thread in a tapestry too vast to see. You are an event in the unfolding of matter itself. And in that, there is peace, there is purpose, there is belonging. You'll never see most of the universe. It's moving away too fast. Imagine standing on the shore of an infinite black ocean, where the waves are made of galaxies and the tide pulls not toward you, but away, forever receding, forever accelerating, forever outpacing your reach. You're holding a flashlight made of curiosity, beaming its limited glow across a cosmic night so vast that even the brightest questions dissolve into silence before they reach their answers. This is what it's like to live inside the observable universe, a floating island in a boundless sea of fleeing stars, a fragile bubble carved not by walls, but by the limits of light itself, expanding into a reality you will never fully grasp, because the deeper you look, the faster it runs away. This isn't poetic license, it's cosmological fact. The universe is not just expanding, it's accelerating in its expansion. Space itself is stretching like a fabric, pulled at its edges by invisible hands, and the galaxies that lie beyond a certain distance are moving away from you faster than light, not because they're breaking some cosmic speed limit, but because the very medium between you and them is inflating, making the gap ever wider, ever more unreachable, like trying to chase a mirage across an accelerating treadmill. There are regions of the cosmos whose light will never touch you. Not now, not in 1 trillion years, not because they're gone, but because they're escaping the possibility of being seen. And yet, they were once close. When the universe was young, smaller, denser, everything was nearer. Galaxies that are now racing beyond your perception were once within shouting distance, their light still traveling toward us like old postcards from friends who moved away. But even that light has a deadline, because the farther a galaxy is, the faster it's receding, and eventually, the space between us and them stretches faster than the light they send can travel. It's as if the universe is erasing its own memories in real time, pushing its distant parts into oblivion before your eyes can catch them. One by one, the stars are slipping over the event horizon of observability, not falling into black holes, but falling out of your ability to know they exist. You are, right now, living in a moment of cosmic privilege, the shrinking window in which the sky is still full of light. Billions of years from now, that sky will go dark, not because the stars are gone, but because their light can no longer outrun the expansion. Future civilizations might look up and see only the cold emptiness of nearby stars, never knowing that they were once part of something so much larger. The cosmic story will fade like a forgotten language, and the truth of our origins will become unknowable again. You, on the other hand, exist at the edge of revelation. You live in the moment when the echoes are still arriving, when the sky still remembers. And yet, even now, you are blind to most of what exists. The observable universe is just that, observable, not comprehensive. It is a bubble about 93 billion light-years across, not because the universe is that size, but because that's how far light has traveled since the beginning of time. Beyond that, there may be hundreds, thousands, even infinite times more universe. The observable is merely the visible, what you can see from where you are, like a lighthouse in a foggy ocean. You are not the center of that universe. There is no center. Every point expands from every other point. Every observer sees the cosmos stretch away in all directions. And so, your experience of reality is not privileged. It is local. Deeply local. Painfully so. You see only what light has had time to reach you from, and you will never see what has already slipped away, and more slips away every second. Entire galaxies are moving out of reach as you read this. They contain stars, planets, perhaps life, perhaps civilizations with thoughts and dreams and questions like yours, but they are accelerating into darkness. You'll never meet them. You'll never hear them. Their light won't make it. In the far future, those galaxies will be gone from every telescope. Their information will be permanently inaccessible. It's not that they don't exist, it's that they've become causally disconnected. The universe is not just spatially vast. It's temporally ruthless. It doesn't wait for you to catch up. It doesn't freeze so you can study it. It expands on its own terms, and you are the one falling behind. The tragedy is quiet, like snow covering a fading path. You don't notice what's disappearing until it's gone. And this makes your every act of observation sacred. Every photon you catch from a distant quasar is a rescue from oblivion. Every deep space image is a memorial to a universe slipping away. The Hubble Deep Field isn't just a photo, it's a time capsule of what you're losing and what you'll never regain. Because light takes time, and time is losing the race. The further something is, the older the light, the deeper the image, the more ancient the signal. You're not just seeing distant places, you're seeing old versions of them. You are watching history fly by at the speed of expansion, and most of it you'll never catch. You live inside a sphere of light, a bubble whose walls are made not of matter, but of possibility. And those walls are collapsing inward, not because space is shrinking, but because time is running out for light to arrive. What was once potential becomes past. What was once visible becomes myth. And in this theater of vanishing stars, you are both the audience and the moment. Your role is temporary, but your awareness is not trivial. To know that you are missing most of the universe is to be uniquely awake inside it. You are not just witnessing cosmic acceleration, you are defined by it. Your consciousness evolved on a planet orbiting an average star in an unremarkable galaxy at a specific time when the universe was still communicative, when the signals still arrived. This was not a given. It was a miracle of timing. You are a creature born not just into space, but into an ephemeral opportunity for cosmic understanding. The future may not be so lucky. There may come a time when intelligent life is left only with the relics of nearby stars and no evidence of the vastness that birthed them. They will not know what you know. They will not see what you see. They will live in a universe that has moved beyond their reach, a shell of its former clarity. And so the burden is yours, to look while you still can, to wonder while there are still echoes to follow, to feel awe before the curtain falls. You will never see most of the universe. That is not your fault. That is your context. But what you can see is enough to change everything. The galaxies still within view, the ancient light still reaching you, the red-shifted signals stretching across space-time like a song played slowly. They are reminders, not of what you've lost, but of what you're part of. Because you are not separate from the universe's expansion. You are shaped by it. Every cell in your body formed in a cosmos that breathes outward. Every moment of your life is painted on the canvas of a retreating cosmos. The very notion of distance itself changes as you learn what it means to be light years away in a universe that doesn't sit still. You will never touch the stars you see. You will never catch the galaxies now slipping past the speed of light. But their light touched you. Their story became part of yours. And even if they are moving away too fast to chase, they left you a gift. The reminder that you are here now, in the brief moment when the universe was still willing to whisper its secrets before it moves on without you. What you call now is relative. It's not the same for others. What if I told you that the moment you're living right now, the heartbeat you feel, the second ticking on your clock, the breath you just took in, is not the same now? Someone else is experiencing, even if they're just a few feet away, let alone orbiting another star, falling into a black hole, or riding a beam of light. Imagine time not as a line we all move along together, but as a vast landscape where every point, every now, is its own unique hilltop, carved by speed, gravity, and motion. You stand on one of those hills, believing it to be the center of the world, not knowing that the hill behind you, in front of you, to your side, or in someone else's eyes, curves differently, sometimes imperceptibly, sometimes incomprehensibly. Time, it turns out, is not absolute. It bends, it stretches, it flows at different rates depending on where you are and how you move. This is not philosophy. It's the architecture of reality, as revealed by Einstein's theory of relativity. The moment you call now isn't a universal constant. There is no master clock ticking in the sky, no divine metronome keeping the universe in sync. Instead, time is personal, subjective, relative, and that one idea, that time is not the same for everyone, shatters the illusion that we all share the same present. Your now is yours alone. Others live in different versions of the present, shaped by their velocity and the gravitational fields around them. If someone travels at near light speed, even for a short time, their experience of the universe slows down compared to yours. A few years for them may be decades for you. And if they fall near a massive object like a black hole, time for them slows dramatically, perhaps infinitely, while you age and fade in the distance. You could be watching a friend descend into the gravity well of a neutron star, and from your perspective, their fall would appear to freeze in time, each frame taking longer and longer to reach your eyes. But for them, they'd continue falling, passing moments you can't even witness. So whose now is real? The answer, both and neither. Because time is not singular, it is stitched differently for each observer. This changes everything. It means there is no single, shared, present moment in the universe. The concept of simultaneity, the idea that two events can happen at the same time in different places, is an illusion, a shadow play cast by your local conditions. Events you think are happening now might already be in the past for someone else, or might not have happened yet. The further away you look, the murkier now becomes. Imagine looking at a distant galaxy through a telescope. The light reaching you may be millions or billions of years old. You're not seeing that galaxy as it is now. You're seeing it as it was when dinosaurs walked the Earth, or when the first single-celled organisms stirred in the oceans. In this sense, astronomy is not the study of space. It's the study of time, of fossils made of photons, snapshots of a universe that no longer exists in that form. But even beyond the telescope's lens, even among the people and places on Earth, the notion of now is fractured. Your GPS device corrects for this every moment, calculating how the satellites above Earth, which move quickly and sit outside much of Earth's gravity, experience time more slowly than you do. Without those relativistic corrections, your directions would be off by kilometers, and all this happens invisibly, silently, continuously. You're already living in a world where time disagrees with itself. You just don't notice, because your biology wasn't built to notice. Your senses evolved for survival, not truth. You feel time as linear because it helps you function, but the truth is that time is as local as weather. It may be sunny where you stand, raining just over the hill, snowing on a mountaintop, and yet all of those realities exist simultaneously, each one true, each one incomplete. So too with time. The idea of a shared now is a useful fiction. It's what lets you speak to someone, plan a meeting, fall in love. But behind that fiction lies a universe with no central clock, no shared timeline, only overlapping personal tapestries of now, woven together through motion and mass. This has implications that reach far beyond science. It changes how you see life, memory, death. It challenges the way you think about connection, presence, loss. If there is no shared now, then all presence is relative. You may feel someone is gone, yet in the space-time they occupy, the moments you shared might still be happening, frozen in a different light cone. You are not just separated by distance, you are separated by the bending and warping of time itself. And yet, despite this, we reach for each other. We send messages, we synchronize clocks, we write songs, we love, we grieve, as if time were a thing we could hold together. And maybe it is. Maybe our attempt to build bridges across these subjective nows is what gives time its meaning. Maybe every story you tell, every memory you pass on, is an act of temporal translation, a way to say, "This was my now, let me show it to you." But make no mistake, your now is not universal. Even your own past self lived in a different version of time, and your future self will too. You are not the same person who read the beginning of this sentence, because time is not a place you stand. It is a direction you move through, and its terrain changes with every heartbeat. The more you learn about the fabric of time, the more it unravels into paradox. Twin astronauts, one on Earth and one traveling at near light speed, will age differently. This isn't fiction, it's verified by particle experiments and satellites. It means that time dilation is not just a theory, it's a law. It governs the particles in your body, the decay of atoms, the ticking of your heart. You are a being built from time, shaped by it, and yet unaware of its deeper currents. You float in a present that's really just your own local experience of the universe, unaware that billions of other presents are unfolding all around you. You exist on a slice of a four-dimensional loaf of space-time, thinking that slice is all there is. But the loaf continues, and every slice is different. In this light, now becomes less of a fact and more of a story, your story. And just like stories, every now overlaps, contradicts, harmonizes with others. There's no objective point from which to declare what truly is. There's only perspective, and yours is sacred, not because it's correct, but because it's yours. This knowledge should not frighten you, it should free you. Because it means that every moment you live is precious, unique, unrepeatable. It means that presence isn't about syncing with the world, it's about honoring your place within it. You are not late, you are not early, you are simply here, in your now, one of infinite nows, one breath in the endless symphony of time. If the sun disappeared, you'd still see it for 8 minutes. What would it mean to witness the death of something 8 minutes after it had already vanished? To look up at a blazing sky and feel warmth from a body that no longer exists. To live in a moment whose source is already gone, but whose echo hasn't yet told you the truth. That's the world you inhabit, one where reality arrives late, and the present you trust is always just a shadow of the past. If the sun disappeared right now, not dimmed, not faltered, but vanished completely, you wouldn't know, not immediately. Not for 8 long minutes. For 8 minutes, you would still feel its warmth on your skin, see its golden rays illuminate the clouds, and walk in daylight as though everything were fine. Birds would still sing, plants would still photosynthesize, your body would still produce serotonin in response to light that no longer comes from anywhere. The earth would continue orbiting the absence, like a dancer moving to music that stopped mid-song. And only when those 8 minutes passed would the illusion collapse. The sky would blacken, the wind would die, the planets would slingshot off their paths, the gravity that held you would shudder, and the lie of stability you lived inside, you would end. But those 8 minutes are not just a physics fact. They are a metaphor for your life, because you are always living in delayed awareness. You never see things as they are. You see them as they were. Everything you perceive, every face, every word, every memory is a beam of light already on its way, a transmission you're only just receiving. Even in conversation, when someone speaks, it takes time, tiny, immeasurable time, for the sound to reach your ears, for your brain to decode it. Your present is stitched together from ancient information, and yet to you it feels immediate, continuous, real. The delay doesn't feel like a delay at all, but scale that up and the cracks begin to show. When you look at the moon, you're seeing it 1.3 seconds in the past. When you see the nearest star system, Alpha Centauri, you're seeing it as it was over 4 years ago. When you gaze at the Andromeda Galaxy, you're seeing it as it looked over 2 million years ago, before Homo sapiens even existed. And when you look deeper into galaxies so distant that their light has taken billions of years to reach you, you're not seeing them as they are. You're seeing ghosts, shadows, echoes. These galaxies may not even exist anymore. They may have collided, collapsed, given birth to new stars, or burned out entirely. But you wouldn't know. Not yet. Maybe not ever. Because the universe does not give you the truth. It gives you delay. A beautiful, glowing delay. And yet your brain, your heart, your whole existence is built on trusting that delay, treating it as real. You navigate through echoes and call it now. And here's the part that bends reality. If you could travel faster than light, if you could somehow move faster than the thing that brings you information, you wouldn't just break the laws of physics, you'd break time. You could arrive before the cause, witness effects before their birth, unravel the order that gives meaning to everything. The universe, thankfully, or terrifyingly, protects itself from this with the speed of light. A boundary not just of motion, but of knowledge. You cannot know something before light delivers it to you. The speed of light isn't just fast, it's final. It sets the delay on your reality. It defines your experience of cause and effect. So when you think of the sun disappearing, and those 8 minutes of blissful ignorance that follow, understand that it is not a quirk of space, it is the essence of space. The delay isn't the exception, it's the rule. And everything in your life reflects it. Think about the people you've lost, those who vanished from your world. The news of their departure may have reached you late, but even then, their laughter still echoes in your mind, their warmth still flickers in memories, their presence still shapes the choices you make. Just like the sun, even after they're gone, the light they gave off continues to travel through you, illuminating things long after they should have faded. You live in their echoes, and sometimes you are the echo. You are someone's delayed signal, a warmth they remember, a light that still burns, even though the source has shifted, dimmed, or disappeared. You are not always aware of the impact. You leave. Like starlight, you emit meaning long after the moment. The light of who you were takes time to fade. And this isn't just poetic. Your atoms too are echoes. Carbon from ancient stars, iron forged in supernovas, calcium that once lived in the sea. You are a delay made flesh, a luminous lag in the universe's unfolding. Your very being is built on processes that began long before you did. And when you go, your light, your stories, your DNA, your influence will take time to disappear. You are part of the 8-minute delay of someone else's reality. But there's more. The idea of the sun disappearing and you not knowing is a powerful mirror for human relationships. Think about trust, betrayal, love, and loss. Sometimes someone changes, fades, vanishes, but their warmth lingers. Their presence appears real, and you, unaware, continue revolving around them, still feeling the light of who they were. You interpret the signals as current, unaware that the change has already happened. You don't see the collapse until it reaches you, and when it does, it feels sudden, catastrophic, unjust. But it wasn't sudden. The source was already gone. You just hadn't been told yet. Love can be like this. So can hope. So can denial. Your life is full of invisible disappearances. Things lost long before you realized. Truths hidden behind temporal curtains. And in those curtains lies beauty. Because those delays give you grace. They give you time. They let you exist in moments that feel real even when they are no longer true. They let you say goodbye. They let you breathe. They protect you from the unbearable immediacy of loss. And perhaps they also hint at something deeper, that reality isn't something you receive raw. It's something you process, interpret, even co-create. The universe doesn't throw truth at you like a rock. It hands you its truths slowly, gently, filtered through the speed of light, the rhythm of space, the perception of your senses. And maybe, just maybe, that slowness is a kind of mercy, a kind of meaning. In those 8 minutes, when the sun is gone but you still believe it shines, you are both wrong and right. You are living in a lie that feels true and a truth that hasn't arrived. That's the condition of being human. You live in the interval between cause and effect. You make choices with incomplete information. You love people whose realities are already shifting. You trust the light, not knowing whether the source is still there. And yet, you live. You thrive. You build civilizations, tell stories, raise children, worship gods, all in that delay. That space between the vanishing and the knowing. You are not broken because of it. You are built for it. You are the creature who sees ghosts of stars and calls it sunrise, who reads ancient photons and imagines futures, who walks through delayed truth and still dares to believe in now. And so, if the sun disappeared, you'd still see it for 8 minutes, and in those 8 minutes, you would laugh, run, kiss, speak, write, forgive. You would live. Because reality may delay its truth, but you don't have to delay your light. Galaxies collide, but stars rarely do. Imagine 2 cities the size of continents, glowing with lights, brimming with motion, each a swirling metropolis of billions, not still, not stagnant, but in constant graceful spin, hurtling toward one another at incomprehensible speeds, not because they've chosen violence, not because one threatens the other, but because the invisible fabric of space itself is pulling them into union, into entropy, into evolution. And yet, when they finally crash, when their halos touch and their arms entangle, when the outlines blur and the centers begin their slow, spiraling embrace, almost no one gets hurt. That's what happens when galaxies collide. Entire systems, vast beyond imagining, tumble into one another like cosmic dancers converging in the silence of a theater too large for applause. But the dancers themselves, the stars, rarely touch. It is one of the most surreal paradoxes in astrophysics. An event so grand, so massive, so seemingly catastrophic, happens with almost no direct destruction. Why? Because galaxies are not solid plates or crashing continents. They are immense clouds, held together by gravity, defined by motion, and composed mostly of space. Even though a galaxy may contain hundreds of billions of stars, the average distance between them is so great that 2 stars meeting directly, physically colliding, is astonishingly rare. The night sky may appear full, but the truth is that space is not crowded. It is almost unfathomably empty. So when galaxies like Andromeda and the Milky Way drift toward their eventual merger, a billion-year journey already underway, they do so not with violence, but with a strange kind of grace. Their spiral arms stretch, distort, twist. Their gas clouds compress and bloom into new stars. Their black holes awaken and swell. Their luminous disks turn into spirals and then ellipses and then something else entirely. And through all this reshaping, the individual stars float untouched, like ghosts drifting through chaos. What crashes is not the matter, but the fields, the gravitational frameworks, the invisible architecture of attraction. In cosmic terms, a collision is not necessarily destruction. It is often transformation. The galaxies merge not like cars on a highway, but like tides meeting in the sea, fluid, slow, complex. What collides is potential, momentum, memory, invisible, threads of force stretching between bodies too far apart to ever touch, yet destined to alter each other forever. These encounters fling stars into exile, send gas spiraling into central cores, trigger novas, and awaken galaxies long considered dormant. They are moments of radical redesign. And maybe, just maybe, they are also mirrors. Because what happens in the cosmos echoes what happens in us. Two people, each their own constellation of thought, memory, need, trauma, hope, drawn into each other's orbit, not always by plan, but by forces beyond articulation. Familiarity, longing, loneliness, timing ache. When we collide, we rarely do so fully. Our bodies don't fuse, our boundaries remain, but our paths, our internal trajectories, our emotional orbits, they shift, sometimes forever. We become altered, even if untouched. A phrase lingers, a goodbye expands, a silence rearranges a lifetime. And just like galaxies, when we come too close to others, some parts of us are pulled away, other parts are brought into sharper focus. Black holes within us, grief, fear, memory, begin to pull harder. Nebulae of imagination ignite with new dreams, and still we go on. Still we orbit. Still we burn. Because not every collision means catastrophe. Sometimes it means becoming something new. When two galaxies collide, tidal tales, long arcs of stars, stream into the void, sometimes forming entire new galaxies. New centers of gravity emerge. Cores merge slowly, orbiting each other in a gravitational dance for hundreds of millions of years before finally settling. And in the meantime, chaos creates beauty. Disruption breeds complexity. Disorder leads to patterns we could not have designed. In the mess, something luminous takes shape. Simulations suggest that when the Milky Way and Andromeda finally merge, in about 4 billion years, they will form an entirely new galaxy, tentatively named Milkomeda, a sweeping elliptical structure that holds the memory of two. No one will be alive to name it. No one will remember what came before. And yet it will exist, not as a tombstone, but as a child of motion, the embodiment of change that did not ask permission. So when you feel yourself colliding with life, when everything familiar becomes tangled, when relationships distort and spin, when identity stretches and the past no longer fits, remember that collision doesn't always mean ruin. It can mean realignment. You are not being destroyed. You are being reformed. And just like in galaxies, the impact you feel might not be physical. It may be gravitational, subtle, lingering. The pull of something unspeakable. The orbit of a decision. The echo of an interaction that lingers for decades. Stars change direction from a distance, so do hearts. What you call heartbreak might be an orbit adjusting. What you call confusion might be tidal restructuring. What you call loss might be the empty space from which something radiant is about to emerge. And while stars may not collide, they do feel. They are repositioned. Some are flung outward, beyond the grasp of either galaxy, becoming wanderers between worlds. Others are drawn into the center, spiraling toward new cores, forming the heart of a new being. You too are in motion. You too are susceptible to forces you cannot see. But that doesn't make you helpless. It makes you part of something larger than comprehension. When galaxies merge, they carry everything they were into everything. They will be. They don't forget. They recombine. The arms that once defined them may stretch or vanish. Their spin may change. Their stars may scatter. But the light remains. The motion continues. And in that continuity is something beautiful, something reassuring. That change, even on a galactic scale, can be survivable. That transition is not the same as death. That reconfiguration is not the loss of meaning, but the creation of new purpose. Even in silence, even in apparent stillness, gravitational conversations are happening. Galaxies are talking in curves, in pulls, in proximity, and we perhaps are too. in glances, in absences, in feelings that stretch across time like starlight. So when you ache, when you feel the push and pull of something immense and indescribable, remember, you are not broken. You are in orbit. You are in passage. And like the galaxies, you are allowed to take your time. These mergers don't finish in days or years. They unfold over epochs. You are not late. You are not lost. You are becoming. And the stars within you, they don't need to crash. They just need space and time. There's no up or down in space, only relative position. You've been taught since childhood that the world has an up and a down, that standing tall means your head points toward the sky and your feet sink into the earth, that climbing, a mountain is ascending and falling is descending, that north sits above south and heaven hangs above hell. But this orientation, this vertical certainty that governs every building, every staircase, every tree and tower and map you've ever seen, is a lie born of gravity's grip and your tiny place within it. For once you step beyond the fragile cradle of Earth's atmosphere and float into the unanchored void of space, you'll find that up and down disintegrate like shadows at noon, and what remains is not chaos, but a humbling revelation. Direction is relative, and your perspective is not universal. Picture yourself adrift in a black expanse where there is no ground beneath you, no sky above, no wall to lean against, no floor to stand on. Just the quiet infinity of stars suspended in all directions. Each blazing sun no more up than down. Each angle of your body no more upright than sideways. And suddenly, the compass you carry in your mind begins to falter. Your internal equilibrium, so accustomed to aligning with Earth's pull, becomes untethered, and you realize that what you once called down was just the direction gravity pulled you, not some cosmic truth. In space, orientation is a matter of agreement, of framing. Astronauts train to adapt to this disorientation, where up can be the ceiling or the floor depending on which way you're facing, and cabin labels in spacecraft are written right side up on all sides, because there is no objective right side up. Even our solar system obeys no fixed direction. The planets orbit in a plane, but this plane tilts in relation to the galactic disk, and the galaxy itself spirals in a swirl that pitches and yaws through the cosmic web, a network of clusters and voids with no top or bottom. The entire universe, as far as we know, lacks any universal orientation. It is not above or below anything, not nestled on a shelf in some larger room, but rather a structure that expands uniformly in every direction, like a balloon inflating from within, with every point moving away from every other. This is why cosmologists describe positions and movement not in terms of up or down, but in vectors, in relationships. This is above that relative to this observer. This moves away from that in this axis. This rotation occurs in relation to that mass. And so, as you drift mentally through the cosmos, it dawns on you that all location is relational, not absolute. The place you occupy in the universe isn't beneath or above anything. It just is, defined by how it connects to what's around it, much like identity. And here the metaphor deepens. Because if there's no up or down in space, maybe there's no true hierarchy in the soul either. Maybe the way we orient ourselves, as superior or inferior, above or beneath, right or wrong, ascending or falling, is as arbitrary and context-dependent as our idea of north. One culture's success is another's excess. One era's saint is another's heretic. One person's downfall is another's awakening. The idea of up, of rising, of climbing, is deeply embedded in our psychology, from heavenly ascent, to corporate ladders, to moral high ground. But what if the truest path forward isn't vertical? What if growth is lateral, internal, multi-directional? Not a summit to reach, but a constellation to connect. In a universe where galaxies whirl in every direction and black holes bend space itself, why should we anchor our aspirations to a concept that doesn't even survive orbital escape? The astronauts who first saw Earth from space reported a profound shift, the overview effect. From up there, borders vanish, conflicts dissolve, egos shrink. The planet looks like a fragile marble suspended in ink, and the notion of national pride or personal dominance fades into absurdity. There is no up in orbit. There is no down. There is only motion, elegant, endless, interconnected, and that motion reflects a deeper truth. The only center is the one you choose. You can make yourself the top of the world, but someone else will see you as the bottom. You can climb for decades, only to realize the ladder was leaning on the wrong wall. You can fall and find that gravity is just another way of being pulled toward meaning. Think about how much of our suffering comes from orientation, from feeling below others, from being told to rise above, from fearing the fall. But if up and down are illusions, so too are many of the struggles we attach to them. In microgravity, astronauts don't stand, they float. They push gently against a surface and glide. Their entire existence becomes about positioning, not conquering. They must think in new ways, act in new dimensions, and perhaps so must we. We spend our lives trying to move up, in status, in income, in beauty, in power, and yet what we're truly seeking is equilibrium. Not height, but harmony. Not control, but context. The stars don't care which way they face, they just shine. The planets don't orbit beneath the sun, they orbit around it. Even our notion of the heavens being above us is a projection. The ancients imagined gods living in the sky because the sky was untouchable, mysterious, luminous. But had we evolved on a planet with perpetual cloud cover or underground, we might have looked inward, not upward, for transcendence. So, what if enlightenment isn't up? What if truth lies in all directions? What if understanding comes not from ascent but from perspective? From realizing that the place you stand is neither high nor low, but part of a vast, undirected expanse that only feels like it has a direction because you needed one to navigate? And what if that's enough? To be not at the top, not at the bottom, but somewhere, floating, rotating, relating. Maybe wisdom isn't knowing which way is up. Maybe it's accepting that there isn't one. In the end, the universe teaches us that orientation is a story we tell to feel less lost. But the stars don't need such stories. They are their own references. They move, they shine, they die, and in doing so, they create the reference points for others. Perhaps we too must stop trying to place ourselves above or below and start becoming beacons, not pointing the way, but being part of the light that makes navigation possible at all. Not because we know the direction, but because we honor the fact that direction itself is a construct we can choose to transcend. Every second, the universe grows by billions of miles. You might think of space as a quiet stillness, a deep black backdrop against which the stars are pinned like diamonds scattered across velvet, unchanging and eternal. But that image, though poetic, is profoundly misleading, because the reality is far stranger, more dynamic, more violent, more alive. The universe is not static, not a fixed arena, not a canvas waiting for stories to be painted on it. It is expanding, stretching, racing outward in every direction, not slowly or quietly, but at a pace so staggering that in the time it takes you to blink, billions of miles have been added to the vastness of existence, not metaphorically, but literally. With every passing second, the fabric of space-time itself grows longer, wider, deeper, more immense, and yet you don't feel it, not because it isn't happening, but because you are embedded inside it, like a fish unaware of the current that carries it. Like a dream that unfolds unaware of the time that's passing outside the dreamer's mind. And this growth, this expansion, is not a result of movement through space, but a stretching of space itself, a dilation of reality's foundation, an increase in the distance between galaxies, not because they are traveling, but because the very thing that defines distance is expanding underneath them. And so we are left with a paradox. The universe grows, not because its contents move apart, but because the space between those contents grows, as if the rules of geometry themselves are being rewritten as time unfolds. This means that every star you see in the night sky is drifting away from you, not on its own power, not as if it were a spaceship fleeing your gaze, but because the space between you and it is blooming like the surface of an inflating balloon. And yet, because gravity holds galaxies together, the stars within your galaxy remain close, like a cluster of leaves floating on the surface of a pond, while the water itself swells outward beneath them. But once you look beyond your galaxy, beyond the gravitational grip of nearby clusters, you encounter galaxies fleeing at speeds proportional to their distance from you. Not because you are special, but because this expansion occurs everywhere, in all directions, from every point equally, so that any observer anywhere would see the same thing. Galaxies rushing away, space unraveling, the universe expanding faster the farther you look. And this has staggering implications. There are parts of the cosmos we will never see, not because we don't have powerful enough telescopes, but because the light from those regions will never reach us. They are moving away faster than light can travel toward us, not by breaking the speed of light, which remains the universal limit for motion through space, but by increasing the distance itself so rapidly that even light cannot catch up. And so they slip beyond our cosmic horizon, lost not in shadow but in speed. And this expansion is accelerating, not slowing, which means more and more of the universe is vanishing from our view, not into darkness, but into inaccessibility, into a realm forever out of reach, a growing silence at the edge of our cosmic perception. This expansion isn't powered by momentum or mass, but by something stranger, dark energy, a mysterious force that makes up most of the energy content of the universe, a pressure that doesn't compress but expands, that doesn't attract but repels. And while we don't yet understand what dark energy is, we know what it does. It stretches the cosmos, drives its growth, rewrites its fate. And it means that the future of the universe is not one of stillness, but of emptiness, of cold and growing isolation, where distant galaxies recede so far and so fast that one day, billions of years from now, observers in our galaxy might see no other galaxies at all, might conclude falsely that theirs is the only one, because all the others have vanished beyond the reach of light, leaving behind a lonely pocket of stars adrift in a sea of silent dark. But you live now, at a moment when the cosmos is still visible, still rich with galaxies, still singing its song of light across time. And every second you are alive, that song is stretching, the canvas of reality enlarging, the stars shifting, slightly farther apart. Not that you notice it because the change is subtle locally, but on cosmic scales, it's immense. And this matters, not just as a scientific curiosity, but as a perspective shift, because it forces you to realize that everything is temporary, not just you, but the very stage you stand on. The sky you look up at is not a fixed dome. It is a dynamic boundary, a frontier that recedes as you try to reach it, like a dream that vanishes the closer you get to waking. And so, your place in the universe is not fixed. It is moving, carried outward on a wave of space-time that never stops growing. And this makes you a participant in the story of the cosmos, not a spectator, because the atoms in your body are being carried outward by the expansion. The photons hitting your eyes have traveled through stretching space. The moments of your life are set against a background that grows with every heartbeat. Imagine this. You stand still, and the universe grows around you, silently, relentlessly, and everything you know is slowly spreading apart. Not enough to break your body, or your planet, or your solar system, but enough to change the fate of everything beyond, enough to ensure that the light we see from distant galaxies today is light from a time when they were closer, when the universe was smaller, when the expansion had not yet outpaced their message. And this means that even our knowledge of the cosmos is a kind of memory, a fossil record of light arriving from the past, from galaxies now farther away than their light can travel, from regions of space that may now be forever inaccessible. We are living in a golden age of cosmic visibility, a brief window where the universe is both old enough to have complex structures and young enough that those structures are still visible, still close enough for their light to reach us. But that window is closing, slowly but surely, and the sky will grow quieter, not because the stars are dying, but because the distances are growing. The connections are stretching. The signal is fading. And what does this mean for you, a human, being suspended in this expanding sea? It means your life is not just unfolding in time, but in space, in growing space, in a cosmos that changes shape as you breathe. It means your location, your relationships, your memories, your vision of the stars, all are touched by this quiet expansion, and it invites you to ask deeper questions. If the universe grows every second, what else is growing? Your understanding, your awareness, your compassion, your reach. Are you expanding with the universe or shrinking into yourself, into smaller concerns, into artificial borders and egoic illusions? Because the cosmos offers a model, not of dominance, but of unfolding, of growth that makes room, not just for more matter, but for more possibility. And this expansion is not an explosion, it is a blossoming. The universe is not a bomb, it is a breath, an exhalation of being, a slow and steady opening. And just as the cosmos makes room for more space, more time, more difference, so can you. You can expand, not by taking, but by allowing. You can grow, not by racing, but by unfolding. You can stretch, not to escape, but to include. The universe teaches this, not with words, but with motion, with silence, with stars that drift apart while shining all the same. And in this there is a kind of peace, a knowledge that even as everything changes, even as distance grows, even as light dims, the story continues. Not the same story, but a wider one, a longer one that reaches beyond your understanding, but still includes you. You are not the center of the universe, but you are within it, carried by it, expanded with it. And maybe that's enough. Not to own the cosmos, but to witness it, to grow with it, to recognize that every second is a step into more distance, more time, more being. And so, in the end, the question is not, how far can the universe go, but how much can you open yourself to what it becomes? The sun is just one of 100 billion stars in one of 2 trillion galaxies. You may look up at the sky and see the sun as a singular dominant force, the blazing heart of your days, the golden sentinel around which your seasons turn and your clocks are set, a celestial monarch seemingly irreplaceable and eternal. But what if I told you that this star, so vital to your tiny corner of existence, is neither unique nor especially grand, but just one spark among hundreds of billions scattered across the spiral arms of a single galaxy that itself is merely one grain of sand in a beach that stretches across a cosmic shoreline so vast it exceeds not only your comprehension, but the very architecture of how your mind was built to understand scale at all? Because beyond this sun, beyond the solar system that orbits it like children clinging to a parent's hand, lies a sprawling stellar metropolis of at least 100 billion stars just like it. And that's just within the Milky Way, which is only one galaxy among what astronomers now estimate to be 2 trillion or more, each spinning with its own solar systems, its own galaxies within galaxies, stars forming and dying like breaths, black holes anchoring time in silence, dark matter threading it all together in ghostly filaments we can't see but know must be there. And while you may think of the sun as the center of your world, which it is, it's also a rather ordinary performer in a cast so immeasurably vast that if all the stars in all the galaxies could be lit at once in your night sky, the darkness would vanish entirely. There would be no such thing as night. And yet even that fantasy underrepresents the truth, because what you're able to see, what any human has ever seen with unaided eyes, is just a sliver, a pinprick, a whispered sliver of this great galactic ocean, a shimmering veil just barely pulled back to reveal a glimpse of what's behind it. And as your thoughts attempt to stretch toward this immensity, as your inner scaffolding of scale begins to dissolve under the sheer magnitude of it all, consider this. Every atom in your body, every hydrogen, every oxygen, every bit of iron in your blood and calcium in your teeth was forged in the death throes of stars, in the fiery collapse of suns that burned their fuel to nothing and exploded in one final act of cosmic generosity, scattering the elements of life into the void, seeding future worlds. meaning you are not only orbiting a star, you are the result of stars, the living memory of stellar death and stellar love, an echo of light turned flesh, built from ancient light, born of distant fire, destined to return one day to that same cycle, perhaps becoming part of a future sun or drifting in interstellar dust until gravity claims you again. Which means the sun is not just an external presence, it is a relative, an elder, a silent partner in the great unfolding of you. And when you feel its warmth on your skin, you are not just absorbing light, you are experiencing the touch of kinship, of inheritance, of cosmic continuity. It is history turned into heat, memory turned into brightness, and you receive it as a kind of unspoken recognition, a language beyond words telling you, you belong here, but let's keep going. Because while the Milky Way feels infinite on its own, it is only one of trillions, and each of those galaxies holds its own empires of stars, and possibly its own watchers. Creatures not unlike you who may gaze up at their own local sun and wonder if it's the only one, if they are central or peripheral, special or forgettable. And the answer, like ours, is both. Yes, it's one of billions, and yet it matters deeply to those who depend on it. Every dot of light you see in the night sky is almost certainly a sun. Many with planets, perhaps with life, perhaps with cities, dreams, music. And if you were to count each star, one per second, it would take you more than 3,000 years to reach just 1 billion. And that still wouldn't scratch the surface of the Milky Way, let alone the 2 trillion galaxies beyond, each with their own billions of stars. Multiplying the total count into numbers that no human tongue can truly articulate. Numbers that defy not just comprehension, but imagination itself. And here you are, spinning on a small rock in the glow of one such star, living a life so vivid, so personal, so full of joy and sorrow and story that it feels like the center of everything. And in a way it is, because even if the universe is indifferent, you are not. And your ability to care, to wonder, to make meaning, is the very thing that makes this average star sacred to you. Maybe that is the quiet miracle of consciousness. Not that it makes you large, but that it allows you to see something ordinary and say, this matters. It allows you to look at one of billions of stars and assign to it poetry, memory, ritual. You plant seeds by its calendar. You mourn when it disappears behind clouds. You celebrate its return. You measure your life in its rising and falling. And that star, that blazing fusion engine 93 million miles away, burns on, oblivious to your existence, unaware of your dreams or your grief. And yet, without it, none of those would exist at all. It is not aware of you, but you are shaped entirely by it. And that is the strange asymmetry of life in the universe. You are built by things that cannot know you. You are loved by forces that do not feel. The universe is a story written without an author, but you are the reader who gives it meaning. And while you are one life orbiting one star in one galaxy among trillions, you are also the only known phenomenon capable of reflecting on it all, capable of building machines that see backwards in time, capable of decoding light and asking, what is this and why am I here? That question alone shifts everything. It doesn't change the stars, it changes you. The sun doesn't burn brighter because you honor it, but you become more whole by honoring it. That's what meaning is, not something inherent, but something chosen. And so, while the sun may be statistically average, emotionally it is extraordinary. It rises every morning, not just because gravity tells it to, but because you are there to watch it. It paints your sky, feeds your crops, warms your skin, and gives your day its rhythm. It is the metronome of your biology, the painter of golden hours, the illuminator of your mornings, the giver of shadow and light. The first shape you drew, as a child, rays in all directions. The last thing you may see as your eyes close for the final time, its light bending along the curve of the horizon, saying a goodbye it doesn't know it's giving. And while it will burn for billions of years, long after your bones return to dust, it is this particular moment, this stretch of time, where your life and its light overlap, that makes it feel like it belongs to you. And maybe that's what it means to be alive in this universe. Not to be central, not to be important in some cosmic hierarchy, but to be a witness. To take what is statistically insignificant and make it feel holy. To take an average star and call it home. To take light and say thank you. And when your time ends, when you vanish like the countless generations before you, your atoms will not disappear. They will disperse. You will become part of the earth, part of the air, part of the fire, perhaps even part of another star's breath. And somewhere, someday, another creature may stand under their sun, lift their face to its warmth, and feel, without knowing why, that something in the light recognizes them. And maybe they'll wonder, as you do now, if their star is special, and maybe the answer will be no, and yes. Because in this universe of infinite suns and infinite silence, every one of them becomes sacred the moment someone is there to see it. The universe doesn't care about you. And that's liberating. You've been told stories your whole life, stories of purpose, of destiny, of divine orchestration, of karmic justice and cosmic balance, narratives designed not just to explain the world, but to make you feel that the world knows you're in it, that it cares, that it listens. These stories are stitched into lullabies and sermons, sewn into the architecture of holidays and ceremonies, whispered in hospital rooms, and written into the scripts of your favorite films, all suggesting a universe that watches, that reacts, that roots for you or tests you or lays out paths for you to walk. But if you peel back the sky, if you silence the inherited voices long enough to listen past them, you will hear something else, something quieter, something more honest, the truth that the universe does not care, not because it is cruel, not because it has rejected you, but because it was never built to care in the first place. It is not sentient, not conscious, not emotionally available. It is a boundless expanse of matter and energy, a seething field of particles and fields and gravity, of birth and collapse and endless motion, following no intention, guided by no narrative arc, abiding only by the indifference of physics. And while this realization can feel like falling through the floor of everything you were taught to believe, like discovering that the play you've been acting in has no audience, no playwright, no script, beneath that disorientation lies a staggering kind of freedom, a clarity so rare it feels like light after long darkness. Because if the universe is not watching you, then you are not being judged. If there is no celestial scorekeeper, then you do not need to earn the right to exist. The sun doesn't rise for you. It rises because Earth spins, because inertia and gravity and the remnants of the solar system's formation dictate it. The stars don't sparkle to light your path. They flicker because light bends and shimmers through your atmosphere's layers. They will continue long after you are gone, and were shining long before you arrived. The black holes churning at galactic centers don't care what you believe. The expansion of the cosmos doesn't slow when you cry. The redshift of distant galaxies doesn't pause for your wedding or your heartbreak. And none of this should feel cruel. It should feel honest. Because from that honesty comes your first taste of real agency, not the shallow illusion that your life is planned out for you, but the deep, liberating truth that it isn't. You were not placed. You emerged. You are not part of a divine algorithm. You are part of a chemical miracle, a chain of accidents so precisely stacked that they gave rise to cognition, to story, to love. Meaning was never owed to you. It was something you learned to build, and that is what makes it holy. Because in a universe that neither notices you nor waits for you, everything you create, every act of kindness, every moment of empathy, every work of art, every glance shared between two uncertain souls becomes a kind of sacred defiance, not of the universe, but of the vacuum. You take the silence and fill it with music. You take the indifference and meet it with love. You take the void and plant gardens in it. You, alone among the known arrangements of matter, can wonder why. You can feel awe. You can turn fear into laughter. You can make a memory from a moment. And so no, the universe doesn't care. But you do. And that makes all the difference. that means that you are not a mistake. You are a response. You are a phenomenon within the chaos capable of choosing grace, a self-aware ripple in an endless ocean, brief and finite and fragile. Yes, but also radiant, unrepeatable, capable of building telescopes to see back into time, capable of writing languages to describe the unseen, capable of imagining love before it arrives, and mourning loss before it's gone. And when the stories fall apart, when the gods are silent, when the mythologies crack and the sky refuses to speak, this is what remains: the astonishing privilege of choosing your own meaning, of writing your own version of sacred into the raw canvas of a cosmos that will not do it for you. You are not bound to destiny. You are free to define direction. And this freedom does not come with applause, but with responsibility. Because when you realize no higher force is assigning your worth, you understand that worth must come from how you live, how you act, how you love. Not for reward, not for salvation, but because to create beauty in the face of silence is the most powerful thing a mind can do. To comfort another soul, knowing no eternal record is kept. To forgive when no command demands it. To heal when nothing says you must. That is the real transcendence. Not levitating above the earth, but being deeply of it. Rooted in the soil of your short life, and yet reaching, always reaching, into the stars. Not because they see you, but because you see them. That gaze is the miracle. And when sadness comes, as it inevitably will, when grief clutches your chest and loneliness hollows the corners of your being, remember this: you are not insignificant. You are intimately temporary, and in that temporariness is a kind of unbearable beauty. You are not here long. No one is. And so every kindness becomes a sculpture in flame, brief and brilliant. Every love becomes a rebellion against time. Every word you write, every song you sing, every laugh you share is a flare against the darkness, a signal that says, I was here, I cared, I tried. And in this universe that does not require anything of you, those choices matter more than they ever would in a scripted one. They are not lines you were told to recite. They are songs you composed yourself. The silence of the stars is not abandonment. It is invitation. An open space in which you get to decide what kind of light you will become. And no, you won't live forever. But you might outlast yourself in ways you cannot see. A gesture passed from hand to hand. A smile that changes a stranger's course. A sentence that echoes long after you've forgotten you wrote it. That is what meaning looks like when no one hands it to you. That is what holiness becomes when not imposed, but chosen. And if you ever fear that the absence of cosmic care means you are lost, remember this: you are not being watched, but you are watching. And maybe that's the point. Maybe the universe gave you no purpose so that you could learn to give one to yourself. Maybe the darkness isn't empty, it's waiting. And maybe what waits for you is not judgment or punishment or reward, but the quiet, beautiful possibility of becoming, of defining, of deciding. And in that decision, you do not diminish the cosmos, you join it. You become not a footnote in a story written by the stars, but a co-author. A contributor to the one miracle we can confirm: awareness within the void. So live, not because someone told you to, not because a book or a prophecy promised you heaven, but because you can, because the odds were infinite against you, and still, here you are. You do not need the universe to love you back. You need only to love being part of it. You are not meaningless. You are meaning chosen. You are the answer to a question the cosmos never asked, and that makes your reply even more profound. You do not exist to please the stars. You exist to light your own. And that light, your light, might just be enough to help someone else find their way through the dark. Some stars are so big, they warp space around them. You may think the world beneath your feet is solid, anchored in certainty, that the stars above are distant pinpricks in a vast celestial dome, fixed and eternal, twinkling like ornaments in the fabric of a still and silent night. But this illusion of stillness, of spatial permanence, is a story your mind tells itself to sleep at night. In truth, The universe is not made of places, but of distortions, curvatures and tensions in a flowing geometry you can't see or touch but are constantly inside of. The sky is not overhead. It is around you, beneath you, pressing against the edges of your bones and thought. Some stars are so massive that they do not simply exist in space. They sculpt it, they bend it. They cause space itself to sink inward like fabric under weight, and in doing so, they reveal a secret so deep, it rewrites your understanding of reality itself, that gravity is not a force pulling you down, but the shape of the world itself bending toward the giant. Imagine a bowling ball dropped onto a trampoline, how the surface curves, pulling smaller marbles inward, not because they are attracted in the way magnets pull metal, but because the fabric tells them to move along a curve. This is what a massive star does to space, not in 2 dimensions, but in 4, including time. These stars are not simply bigger versions of our sun, they are beasts of another order, titans whose mass crosses a critical threshold, beyond which geometry obeys their will. The very shape of the universe curves in deference to their presence. You do not orbit the sun because it pulls you, but because the space around it is curved, and you are rolling along a path written into that curve. Now imagine a star so large, its very presence causes time to slow down beside it. Imagine walking towards such a colossus, your every second stretching longer, your heartbeat slower, your very notion of before and after unraveling as the clock inside your body falls out of sync with the rest of the cosmos. To an outside observer, your steps would crawl like syrup down glass. To you, nothing would seem different, yet your reality and theirs would now be separated by warped time. These stars do not simply shine, they reshape the meaning of location, of causality, of duration. And when they reach a size so immense that their own light cannot escape the grip of the space they've bent, they cease to be stars in the way you understand. They become singularities, black holes, places where mass has sunk so deep into space-time that the map tears, that inside and outside lose meaning, that every path leads inward with no exit. They are not objects so much as absences, not lights, in the dark, but devourers of structure itself. But long before a star collapses into this terminal form, while it is still blazing, it already wields this quiet dominion over the shape of reality. Consider Uy Scuti, a red supergiant so vast that if placed at the center of our solar system, its surface would swallow Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, and perhaps even Jupiter. Its radius is over 1,700 times that of the Sun. Its volume so immense, it defies instinct. Yet even this is not the most massive. Other stars, hypergiants like R136A1, pack over 250 solar masses into their cores, burning so brightly that their radiation alone pushes back the interstellar medium around them. But what is more profound than their scale is their influence on space and time. The closer you are to one of these giants, the slower your time flows. This isn't science fiction, it's general relativity. Einstein's theory tells us that mass and energy curve space-time, and that this curvature dictates the motion of matter and the passage of time. Around a massive star, seconds stretch, orbits twist, and light itself bends. Astronomers have observed this with precise measurements. Starlight skimming past a sun warps just slightly, enough to confirm that even photons must follow the curves of space drawn by mass. But around stars vastly larger than the sun, the effect is not subtle. It's overwhelming. The sky behind them shifts, their gravitational field acting like a lens, magnifying and distorting galaxies far beyond. These gravitational lenses are not metaphors. They are real, measurable warps in the geometry of existence. A reminder that space is not the background of the play, but a participant in it. And so, when you look up at a bright dot in the sky and think of it as distant and passive, understand that it may be actively changing the structure of the cosmos around it. These stars are not simply burning, they are commanding. They are architects of the invisible. When you sleep, you imagine gravity as a pull. When you wake, you should understand it as a path you were always meant to follow, written by mass in the language of curvature, But this understanding invites more than awe. It invites humility. Because the same laws that govern these giants govern you. Your body too bends space, though faintly. Your atoms were forged in ancient stars, now long dead, and the curve of space-time responds to your presence as it does to theirs, differently in scale, but not in kind. And when you move, you are following a line in a geometry written by all mass, all energy, all time. Even your thoughts, electrical and chemical, are small dances on a curved sheet, ripples on a cosmic pond that bends back inward. You are not outside this structure, you are its consequence. And so, when we say some stars are so massive they warp space around them, what we are really saying is that they have become so full of being that they change the very shape of where and when they are. That being itself, in sufficient concentration, changes the rules for everyone else. What would that mean for consciousness, for awareness, for identity? Could there be minds so massive, presences so intense, that reality itself distorts around them? If mass curves space, and energy is bound to mass, and thought is a form of energy, what then of collective consciousness? Might the universe one day curve not just around stars but around civilizations, around ideas, around minds? These are not answers, only questions with gravity. The cosmos is a whispering expanse of curvature, and these stars are not just points of light, but editors of the frame itself. As you move through your life, remember that the ground is not flat. It is curved slightly by the mass of the earth, and that curve is why you do not float away. But more than that, remember that the very concept of straightness does not exist independently of mass. The shortest path between 2 points is only straight, because space tells it to be. And when space changes, so does what straightness means. Thus, massive stars do not just distort space, they change what direction means, what forward means, what now means. You are caught in this dance, whether you know it or not, tracing curves in a tapestry whose loom is gravity and whose thread is time. One day, the sun will swell into a red giant, and then collapse into a white dwarf, its mass unable to bend space in grand ways again. But in its fading light is a clue. Everything ends, even stars. But the curves they leave behind can echo across aeons. When you look up, don't see stars, see scars in the shape of space, see marks in the grammar of existence. Some stars do not simply shine, they author the syntax of the cosmos. And in their distortion, you find a secret. Reality is not a place, but a path, not a thing, but a curvature. And your life, your motion, your becoming, is a walk along the lines these giants have traced. The universe is not vast because of its size, but because of its structure. And some stars are not great because they are bright, but because they have the mass to change what structure means. Stand still long enough, and you might feel the pull, not of force, but of curve, not of attraction, but of inevitability. You don't fall toward a massive object because it calls you, but because the line you are on was always bending that way. Some stars are so big, they do not live in space. Space lives in them. You ignore 99% of sensory input. Attention is a filter. You are not overwhelmed by the world because it is simple. You are protected from its complexity by blindness so complete it masquerades as clarity. Imagine waking in a dense forest where every leaf vibrates with sound. Every gust of wind carries 1,000 smells. Every ray of light fractures into infinite colors. Every insect wing beats the air with coded rhythms. And yet, all you perceive is the narrow path before you and the muffled sound of your feet against the earth. Not because that is all there is, but because your brain, in its quiet, relentless brilliance, filters out nearly everything else. Attention is not awareness. It is the gatekeeper of your perception, a silent sentry posted at the edge of your consciousness, slashing through the manuscript of reality with ruthless precision, choosing what stays and what is buried. Every second, your body is bombarded with more than 11 million bits of sensory information. Light waves bouncing off every surface, microscopic changes in air pressure, molecular hints of scent and chemical messengers, vibrations, textures, warmth, movement, and your conscious mind. The storyteller you identify as you processes only about 40 bits of it. Less than 1/1,000,000th of the available data makes it through. The rest, 99.94%, is erased, unacknowledged, discarded before it ever meets your inner eye. You do not experience the world itself. You experience a tightly curated hallucination sculpted by your brain, not for truth, but for survival. And this is not a flaw. It is a masterpiece of evolutionary engineering. If you saw everything, heard everything, felt every thread of every moment, you would be paralyzed by sensation. You would drown in the details. You would have no ability to act, no clarity to decide. And so evolution favored not the ones who saw most accurately, but the ones who saw most usefully. The mind that ignores 1,000 irrelevant cues in favor of one meaningful threat or one valuable opportunity is the mind that survives. So what you see is not the full painting of existence, it's the survival sketch. Your consciousness is not a camera, but a sculptor, chiseling down complexity into manageable form. You see what you expect, what you fear, what you desire. You do not notice the soft weight of your clothes until they become too tight, or wet, or unfamiliar. You forget the constant hum of electricity, the pressure of the chair against your spine, the position of your tongue in your mouth, until a sentence like this one jolts them back into your spotlight. And if such small things can disappear from your notice, what else has been hiding in the shadow of your attention? What truths? What beauties? What dangers? Your attention is a spotlight, and the stage is wider than you can comprehend. It is a theater that extends beyond the walls of thought. One person's raised eyebrow can signal sarcasm, or anger, or confusion, depending on what you are primed to see. A single word, overheard in a crowd, can either vanish into noise or pierce you to the core. You hear your name whispered at a party, not because it is louder than the others, but because your brain has tagged it as important. This is the cocktail party effect, a symptom of a much deeper reality. Your mind is constantly deciding what world you will inhabit. It listens not with neutrality, but with bias, shaped by memory, by need, by hope, by trauma. It paints a world that matches your beliefs. Attention is not passive reception. It is a creative act. It is the drawing of lines, the assigning of significance. What you focus on becomes your reality, not because nothing else exists, but because you have allowed only that through the gates. You see sadness in a stranger's face, and your mind builds a story. You focus on threat, and the world becomes hostile. You look for confirmation, and you find it, even if it's not there. This is not delusion, it is design. Your brain is a meaning-making engine, and attention is its fuel. Every perception is a proposal. Every glimpse of the world is a draft. And yet most of these drafts go unread. Most of what you could notice goes unnoticed. And the tragedy is not that you cannot know it all, but that you rarely question what you do know. You mistake what is easy to see for what is true. You confuse clarity with completeness. But the real world is stranger, richer, fuller than the one your mind draws for you. When you meditate, when you enter altered states, when you focus deliberately, you glimpse it. The aperture widens. You feel the warmth of breath. You notice the tremble in someone's hands. You hear silence as something alive. These are not additions to reality. They are revelations of what was always there. Attention doesn't create truth, but it reveals portions of it. It slices the infinite into the visible. It grants structure to the chaos, but it also hides most of it. And this means that attention is your most precious resource. More finite than time, more shaping than memory. Your attention determines your experience, and your experience is your life. And yet you give it away so easily. You hand it to headlines designed to provoke, to apps built to addict, to loops of thought that lead nowhere. If you do not claim your attention, someone else will. But this is not a message of despair. It is a revelation of agency. Because if your experience is sculpted by attention, then you have the power to shape your world. You can point the spotlight, you can reframe, you can choose awe, you can shift from reactivity to curiosity. You can ask better questions, and in doing so, perceive deeper truths. You can look at your life and notice only its flaws, or you can look again and notice its resilience. You can gaze at a sunset and let it pass, or you can truly see it. Watch the shifting hues, feel the cooling air, recognize the moment as singular. And in that noticing, you come alive. You become more than a passive observer. You become a participant in meaning. Because in the end, the universe you live in is not just shaped by stars and particles. It is shaped by what you choose to let in. It is shaped by your filter. And every time you widen that filter, every time you pause to listen, to feel, to wonder, you expand the boundaries of the world you inhabit. You become bigger, not in size, but in depth. The more you become aware of what you were blind to, the more humility grows, the more mystery returns. And that mystery is not a problem to solve. It is a truth to behold. You were never meant to see everything, but you were meant to choose what you see. That is the gift, that is the danger, and that is the invitation. So guard your attention not with walls, but with reverence. Aim it like a compass. Let it rest when it must, but train it when you can. Because the story you live is not just written by events, it is written by what you attend to. In the noise of the world, in the flood of sensation, in the chaos of being, your attention is the quiet thread that holds it all together. It is your tool of truth, your architect of meaning, your lens of creation, and in the end, perhaps consciousness itself is not about perceiving everything, but about having the freedom to notice one thing fully, and in doing so, to realize that what you call reality is not the world as it is, but the world as you allow it to be. The edge of the universe isn't a wall, it's a limit of observation. You might imagine the universe like a giant room, vast but bounded, stretching outward in every direction until eventually you bump into a wall, a hard limit, a boundary, a final frame that says, this far, no further, a place where everything stops, where matter runs out and space ceases to be. But this is not how the universe works, and that illusion, comforting as it may be, does not arise from the cosmos itself, but from the boundaries of your own perception, from the limits of your eyes, your instruments, your language, and your brain. The notion of an edge is not a cosmic reality, it's a psychological need. It's a shape imposed on the formless, a map sketched on a mist, and the actual universe, the one outside your intuitions and childhood metaphors, does not end like a wall at the edge of a city. The edge of the universe is not a place you can go. It is a horizon you can never cross, not because it's defended or forbidden, but because it is defined entirely by time, by the finite speed of light and the age of space itself. You live inside a sphere of visibility, a glowing bubble whose surface is not a limit of what exists, but a limit of what has reached you. Every image of a star, every galaxy in the sky, every swirling shape in a photograph from space is part of a time-locked shell of perception, a record of what had time to arrive. Beyond that, beyond the edge of the observable, there is no wall, only more reality, more stars, more galaxies, more unknown, perhaps infinite in size and unknowable. In nature, it is not dark because it is empty. It is dark because its light has not yet completed the journey to your eyes. Its photons are still in transit, racing across unimaginable stretches, perhaps never to arrive, forever chasing a moving observer in a universe that expands faster than they can travel. And so, in that sense, you do not live in a finite box, but inside a bubble of awareness, a personal sphere of cosmic memory that expands a little more every second you survive. Just like a person wandering through fog can only see a few feet in front of them, not because the world ends there, but because light hasn't scattered far enough to show the rest. You exist within a cosmic fog whose thickness is measured in time, not substance. What we call the universe is not the whole of space, but the space that has spoken to us. The rest is silent only because it hasn't reached us yet. And this is not speculative poetry. It is the literal framework of cosmology. What you see is a time capsule. You do not observe the universe as it is, you observe it as it was. Every star is a memory. Every nebula is a frozen event. The Andromeda Galaxy shines from 2.5 million years ago. The cosmic microwave background hums from 13.8 billion years in the past. The edge of the observable universe is not a boundary of space, but a boundary of causality. It is drawn not with chalk on a map, but with the arithmetic of light and distance. And this entire shell of visibility is shaped by expansion, by the stretching of space itself, a dynamic, ongoing unfurling that pulls galaxies away from each other faster than even light can compensate for. Some galaxies are already beyond our reach, not because they vanished, but because the space between us grows too fast. Their light, no matter how fast it travels, will never make it here. That light has been permanently exiled, not by destruction, but by velocity. So each second that passes is not just more data arriving, it is also more data slipping away. Some photons redshift so dramatically that they stretch beyond visible light, beyond even detectability, becoming whispers of their former selves. So paradoxically, as our bubble grows, some of the things within it fade from view. The edge blurs. It both expands and escapes us. And all of this undermines the tidy metaphor of a room, of a container, of a knowable totality. Our need for an edge, for a place that says this is where it ends, is not rooted in science, but in psychology. We are creatures born in boundaries. We are shaped by homes, by fences, by doors and frames and bodies that mark the edges of things. We see beginnings and endings because we must. That's how we learn to stay alive, to avoid the cliff, to recognize the exit. But space doesn't operate on such terms. Space does not stop. It does not curve back on itself like a dome. It does not wrap neatly like a box. Even the concept of a shape starts to crumble at cosmic scales. The universe may be infinite. It may be finite but unbounded, like the surface of a sphere extended into 4 dimensions. We do not know. But what we do know is that the edge we speak of is not a thing. It is an event. It is the record of when light began its journey toward us. It is a consequence of speed and age. Not a wall, but a waiting room. Not a fence, but a filter. And even this observable sphere is not universal. Every observer, wherever they stand, has their own cosmic horizon. Someone on a planet in a galaxy, 10 billion light years away, sees a different sky, a different edge. Their map of the cosmos does not match yours. The universe is layered in perspectives, each one valid, each one incomplete. So when you stare into the night sky and feel humbled by its vastness, you are not seeing emptiness. You are seeing fullness filtered by distance and time. You are watching history, not geography. The stars above you are not a ceiling. They are windows into the past. And what lies beyond them, what remains unseen, is not a void, but an ongoing story, one in which you participate simply by looking. And though the universe does not offer you edges, it offers you thresholds, moments where knowledge meets mystery, where what you know gives way to what you can never reach. And that threshold is not something to fear, but something to cherish, because it means there is more than you will ever see, more than you will ever understand. And it means that our deepest explorations, our satellites and space telescopes and gravitational wave detectors, are not quests for dominance, but acts of humility. To look into the unseeable and ask, what else is there? What lies just beyond the reach of light? What waits at the end of delay? And even knowing we'll never touch those answers, we reach anyway. We send machines into the dark. We bend mirrors to catch ancient whispers. We listen to the leftover heat of the Big Bang and decode its silent music. We keep expanding our understanding even as the universe runs ahead, because it's not the edge that matters. It's the reaching. It's the will to see. And perhaps, in the end, The only true boundary is not the one drawn by the universe, but the one drawn by the mind, the limit of our curiosity, the fear of the unknown, the instinct to settle for the seen. But curiosity is not content with borders. It moves like light, straight unless bent, forward unless trapped. And in you, in your ability to imagine beyond, to question the horizon, to dream of what lies past the final pixel, the universe becomes more than physics. It becomes felt, alive. It becomes a place that doesn't just exist, but invites discovery. A place not framed by walls, but lit by wonder. And that wonder, your wonder, is the true frontier. Not the edge of the cosmos, but the edge of belief, the edge of perception, the edge of where the known ends and the search begins. And once you understand that, you will never again ask where the universe stops. You will only ask where you might go next, and who you might become by daring to look a little further. Your body contains trillions of atoms that were once inside stars. You might think of yourself as ordinary, flesh, bone, breath, but in truth, you are a walking archive of cosmic violence, a slow-burning echo of cataclysmic firestorms that once shattered the silence of deep space. The body you inhabit, the skin that houses your nerves, the blood that pulses through your veins, even the thoughts sparking across your brain. None of it began on Earth. Every atom within you, from the iron in your blood to the calcium in your teeth to the oxygen you inhale and exhale, has a history that predates this planet, this solar system, this moment. You are not just born of your parents or shaped by your experiences. You are the afterglow of dying stars. Long before you were born, before humanity existed, before the Earth had cooled enough to allow oceans to form, stars lived, burned, and died in furious explosions. These stars, some hundreds of times the size of our sun, spent their lives in fusion, hydrogen into helium, helium into carbon, carbon into oxygen, oxygen into iron, stacking elements like stories upon stories until they collapsed under their own gravity. In their final breaths, they died in spectacular detonations, supernovae, brief as a blink in cosmic time, yet powerful enough to outshine entire galaxies. And in these moments of beautiful destruction, they created everything. Supernovae are not merely astronomical events, they are origin stories. They are the cauldrons where the heavy elements are made, forged in seconds and scattered across light years. The iron in your blood was not born on Earth. It was forged in a dying star and hurled into space, drifting through the interstellar medium for eons until gravity drew it together again. When you cut yourself and see red, you are witnessing the memory of a star's final scream. You are made of star stuff, not metaphorically, but literally. Carl Sagan's poetic truth was scientific fact. The universe is within you, but it's more than atoms. It's legacy, it's motion, it's continuity. Every carbon atom in your body may have lived in a dinosaur's bones, in a leaf that caught sunlight 1 billion years ago, in the lungs of a Neanderthal, in the tail of a comet. Maybe it wandered for centuries between stars before becoming part of the soil that fed the roots that grew the food that now pulses through your cells. You are not an endpoint, you are a passage, a chapter in a book still being written. And the writing tool, stars. Stars are the architects of complexity. They are the origin points of everything heavier than helium. Without stars, there is no carbon, no nitrogen, no oxygen, no phosphorus, no iron, none of the ingredients of life as you know it. And yet, all this complexity only comes at a cost: collapse. Without death, there is no birth. Without decay, there is no regrowth. Your very form is evidence of this truth, that beauty and fragility can emerge from chaos, that the universe births not only destruction, but tenderness, not only darkness, but awareness. Inside you, stars didn't just burn, they left fingerprints, they left echoes, they left blueprints for your breath, your thoughts, your voice, the calcium in your teeth, the sodium in your sweat, the phosphorus in your DNA. Each of these elements carries a journey longer than any history you've ever read. They traveled, collided, combined. They changed form again and again, from stellar cores to cosmic dust, from primordial gas clouds to planetary rock, from rivers to roots to bloodstream, and now, temporarily, into the you that is reading this sentence. And someday, they will move on. Your atoms are on lease. Your form is a moment. One day you will return to the soil, to the air, to the long entropy of time. You will dissolve not into nothing, but into everything. You will feed trees, float in oceans, become part of the breeze that brushes a stranger's face. You are not disappearing. You are redistributing. The same way the stars died to make you possible, so too will you contribute to the fabric of what comes next. You are not a separate entity, carved from the cosmos. You are the cosmos, folded into thought, a loop of star stuff learning to speak its own name. And when you look at the stars, you are not looking outward, you are looking back. You are recognizing kin. These are not distant suns. These are your relatives. You are not beneath them. You are among them. They are not unreachable. They are reflected in your veins. And this realization, while grounded in astrophysics, carries the weight of poetry because it reframes your place in existence. You are not small because you are made of dust. You are vast because the dust in you once burned in the heart of stars. You are not insignificant because the universe is wide. You are precious because you are rare. A conscious node of a cosmos that otherwise speaks only in radiation and gravity. You are a question that the universe asked itself, a structure through which it can know. And even though your time is brief, measured not in galactic epochs, but in fragile decades, it is enough. Because in those decades, you can wonder, you can love, you can change. You can learn that your emotions are not weaknesses, but expressions of cosmic chemistry. That your curiosity is not selfish, but sacred. That your dreams are not foolish. They are the continuation of a process begun in fire. The hydrogen atoms fueling your metabolism were forged in the Big Bang itself, older than stars, older than galaxies. The oxygen that feeds your brain is a product of stellar alchemy. The carbon that forms your thoughts is a trace of supernovae long gone. This is not a metaphor. This is your biography. You are not living in the universe. You are living as the universe. You are what happened when space got complex enough to question its own structure. You are what light becomes when it loops into reflection. And in your hands, the universe writes stories, paints portraits, composes symphonies. Through your heart, it grieves, it celebrates, it stumbles, it tries again. And when you suffer, when you lose, when you ache with longing, or loneliness or mortality, remember this: your pain is not meaningless. It is the cost of awareness. It is the price of complexity. It is the ripple in the pattern. Stars die, and galaxies drift apart, and black holes erase information. But you, in this moment, remember. You carry memory. You hold a thread of continuity, and in doing so, you prove that even in a universe governed by entropy, order can emerge. Tenderness can emerge. You can hold a child's hand. You can laugh until your lungs ache. You can stand beneath a sky so ancient it should silence you, and instead, find your voice. You can say, I am here, I exist, I matter, and no telescope, no mathematical equation, no distance between galaxies can take that away. Because the universe, for all its indifference, has given you this: a brief window to be aware, to be moved, to make something of the dust. You are not simply in the cosmos, you are its witness, its echo, its voice. And that is not ordinary, that is extraordinary. So breathe, look up, and know this: the same atoms that swirl in the hearts of distant stars once swirled in the hearts of those before you, and will one day swirl in the hearts of those who come after. You are not just made of stars, you are the way the stars remember themselves. The universe doesn't repeat, but it rhymes through structure. Imagine listening to a symphony so vast it spans not merely centuries or civilizations, but the entire history of existence. A melody composed not in notes, but in star systems, black holes, quarks, and time itself. A symphony without sheet music, yet with structure, without repetition, yet with rhyme. It's a composition you've been part of long before you had ears to hear or thoughts to understand, because this symphony is not separate from you. It includes you. And though the universe never plays the same bar twice, its themes return, in variations too complex to be coincidence, too deliberate to be chaos, patterns echoing across scale and epoch, as if the cosmos itself hums with a memory it doesn't know it has. The galaxies do not orbit randomly. They swirl in spirals echoing the same curvature you see in hurricanes, in water draining from a sink, in the twist of DNA. Lightning branches like trees. Rivers carve veins through the Earth's skin, like bloodlines in a palm. Neural networks map thought with the same fractal logic that binds superclusters of galaxies. It's as if the universe is written in a language that doesn't use words but geometry, a grammar of recurrence and variation, not copying itself, but mirroring a deeper truth that pulses behind the visible. This is not mysticism, it's physics, it's mathematics, it's the geometry of space-time sculpting itself into familiar unfamiliarities, strange forms that feel like home. It's the way Fibonacci spirals appear in galaxies and pine cones, alike, the way fractals define coastlines and clouds, the way golden ratios whisper in flower petals and planetary orbits, as if beauty itself emerges when structure aligns with the heartbeat of the universe. And you, standing on a planet spinning 1,600 kilometers per hour, orbiting a star moving 828,000 kilometers per hour through a galaxy that itself races through expanding space, you are not exempt from this structure. You are the product of it. The atoms in your bones formed from stellar cores, the proteins in your cells fold in ways dictated by principles older than Earth, and the thoughts in your head echo patterns that define the behavior of electrons and economies alike. Everything about you, your instincts, your biology, your emotions, is shaped by systems that evolved, not in isolation, but in harmony with cosmic rhythms. The reason symmetry brings peace, or music stirs tears, or a snowflake seems holy isn't arbitrary. It's alignment, resonance, recognition. When your internal pattern matches something outside of you, you don't just see beauty, you feel understood. And that is not sentiment, it's coherence. You are not outside the rhyme of the universe, you are an instance of it. Your breath, your pain, your laughter. They are all stanzas in the same poetic unfolding that gave rise to Saturn's rings, Jupiter's storms, black hole jets, and auroras. You are what the universe looks like when it takes form in thought, in memory, in love. You are a phrase written in stardust and water and synapse. And though the structure of life seems fragile, fleeting, even absurd at times, it follows a logic older than time, a recursive grace where even randomness dances to a hidden meter. There's a rhythm in failure and rebirth, in seasons and cycles, in dreams and decay. Stars are born, they shine, they die. Their death creates life. That's not poetry, that's astrophysics. That's also human history. Empires rise and fall. People love and lose and begin again. Ideas return in new forms. Technologies evolve in spirals, not lines. Evolution itself doesn't march forward. It meanders, doubling back, mutating, rhyming. Nothing comes back exactly the same, but nothing is entirely new either. And within that paradox lies a profound comfort. You are not navigating a void. You are riding a current, one that doesn't promise direction, but offers pattern. One that doesn't repeat itself, but teaches in echoes. Every heartbreak mirrors the cracking of old stars. Every reunion carries the warmth of recombined atoms. Every question you ask is part of a cosmic call and response that has been unfolding since the Big Bang's first breath. And what if that breath was not just sound, but rhythm? A vibration that spread outward and shaped everything, from the clustering of galaxies to the shape of your lungs. Perhaps that's why silence can feel sacred, because it lets you hear the pattern again, without noise. And perhaps that's why chaos feels so terrifying, because it hides the structure you instinctively seek. but the structure is always there. It's in the wave-particle duality of light, which mirrors the way your own identity oscillates between roles. It's in the way black holes encode information on their event horizons, echoing the way your own memory stores trauma in places your consciousness can't reach. The rhyme is in grief and joy, in contraction and expansion, in entropy and emergence. And while the universe may not write sonnets, it composes through symmetry and asymmetry, through pressure and release, through the return of themes you didn't expect to see again, like a face that reminds you of someone you loved long ago, or a dream that feels like a memory, or a scientific discovery that uncannily matches a myth whispered by ancient cultures. This is not coincidence. This is how deep patterns resurface across mind and matter. Jung called it archetype. Physicists call it emergence. Poets call it rhyme. But all point to the same truth. The universe doesn't repeat. It improvises. It modulates. It riffs. And the fact that you can feel this without needing to understand it fully means you are tuned to the same frequency. You live on a planet that makes music in its tectonic plates, that sings through whales and wind and the static of stars. You exist in a body that heals itself by following cellular choreography, that dreams in REM rhythms, that pulses in sync with the phases of the moon. You are not separate from this harmony. You are it, a conscious echo of ancient algorithms, a walking fractal, a verse in a universal improvisation that never begins the same way, but always ends in awe. And though you will die, your atoms will continue their rhymes. Your carbon will feed trees. Your calcium will settle in rocks. Your ideas may ripple through minds not yet born. Death too rhymes, not with finality, but with transformation. The phoenix is not myth. It's metaphor for what the cosmos does every day. Burn, dissolve, recreate, repeat. Not identically, but essentially. And so when you feel lost or alone or meaningless, remember, you are not out of place. You are not a misprint in the pattern. You are a harmonic, a necessary variation. Without your note, the song would be incomplete. So look again at the stars. See not cold light, but chords played in fusion. Feel not insignificance, but intimacy. You are not gazing outward. You are looking into the mirror of your origin. And, though the tune of your life is fleeting, it carries the essence of everything that came before it, and everything still to come. You don't need to repeat the past to be connected to it. You only need to listen for the rhyme, and in doing so, you become more than an observer of the cosmos. You become its voice, singing back to the mystery that sang you into being. A song never heard before, yet somehow familiar. A rhyme without repetition. A pattern that pulses with meaning, simply because you exist to notice it. There may be cosmic structures, larger than light can cross. You've likely grown up thinking of the universe as an ocean of stars, a vast but unified expanse where light travels freely, connecting galaxies like threads on a cosmic web, mapping distance through time, giving us glimpses into the past with every shimmer of a distant sun. You imagine the night sky as a kind of window, albeit ancient, stretched and filtered by space, but still a window nonetheless, one that lets your eyes travel outward across the unimaginable void as long as light allows. But what if that metaphor is wrong? What if the cosmos is not an ocean, but a fractured archipelago? Isolated islands of existence so far apart, so vastly removed, that no beam of light will ever bridge them. What if there are structures, real, physical, monumental, so enormous, that not even light, the fastest thing we know, can cross them within the entire lifetime of the universe? Structures so large, they defy not just imagination, but the very architecture of time and communication. This isn't science fiction, it's a scientific possibility. There may be regions of the universe, clusters of galaxies, colossal walls of matter that are expanding away from us faster than light can catch up. Not because they are breaking the speed limit, but because the space between us and them is stretching faster than photons can close the gap. And if this is true, and the math says it may well be, then there are parts of the universe we can never see, never contact, never even know the fate of. There may be entities, events, or entire cosmic formations so distant that they are eternally hidden, not behind a veil of darkness, but behind a moving horizon. They exist beyond the cosmic event horizon, a boundary beyond which no signal will ever reach us. Even light, the messenger of the cosmos, is powerless here. And so, we are confined, not by space, but by the rules of expansion, by the growth of the universe itself. This idea challenges your most basic assumptions. You live with the illusion that given enough time, enough technology, enough patience, you could reach anything. That distance is merely a question of speed, and information is always potentially accessible. But in a universe governed by accelerating expansion, there are barriers more absolute than walls. There are limits not of stone, but of time. And the greatest of these may be that some parts of the universe are growing so far apart, at such velocity, that even the fastest thing in the cosmos will never connect them. Now imagine what that means for structure. When scientists refer to large-scale cosmic structure, they mean the distribution of galaxies and matter across vast scales, the web of clusters and filaments and voids that shape the geometry of the observable universe. These structures are immense beyond comparison. The Sloan Great Wall, discovered in the early 2000s, stretches over 1 billion light-years. That's 1 billion years of travel at the speed of light. And even that is not the largest. The Hercules Corona, Borealis Great Wall, detected via gamma-ray bursts, may span more than 10 billion light-years. For comparison, the entire observable universe is only about 93 billion light-years across. These structures are not hypothetical. They are mapped, inferred, and statistically validated. And yet, some of them may be so large that parts of them can never interact with one another again. That is, a galaxy on one end of such a structure may now be too far from another to ever exchange light. Which raises a startling possibility. These structures are not just large, they are disconnected. They are causally disjointed fragments of a universe that was once smaller, more unified, more communicative. The cosmic expansion has torn them apart, not in the dramatic way a planet splits or a star explodes, but in a slow, relentless drift, a quiet unspooling of contact until all that remains is silence. You live inside one of these fragments. The local group, which includes the Milky Way and Andromeda, is gravitationally bound, a small island in a sea of acceleration. Beyond it lies the Virgo supercluster, and beyond that, the Laniakea supercluster, our broader address in the cosmic architecture. But beyond that, beyond all that gravity can still hold together, lies the Great Drift. And somewhere in that drift may be structures so massive, so ancient, so far-flung, that we cannot even know they exist except through statistical ripples, distortions in the cosmic microwave background, anomalies in the flow of galaxy clusters, asymmetries that hint at gravitational ghosts. It's possible that we will never know how big the universe truly is, not because of technological limitation, but because of physical law. Expansion outpaces illumination. Distance outpaces discovery. There may be cold walls of dark matter enclosing regions of existence like cathedral vaults no light can penetrate. Entire volumes of space, rich with galaxies, stars, and perhaps life, moving away faster than we can ever see. In this scenario, light becomes a local phenomenon, a candle in a room that keeps growing faster than the flame can reach the corners. And so, the universe becomes not a whole, but a patchwork. Not a canvas, but a quilt of unreachable panels, sewn together only in history, but not in presence. And if there are structures larger than light can cross, then time itself becomes fractured. The story of the cosmos is no longer a single narrative, but millions of them, each isolated, each incomplete. We may live in one paragraph of an unfinished epic, never knowing how the rest unfolds. But this isn't cause for despair, it's cause for wonder. Because in this vast, expanding solitude, The very fact that we can comprehend the limits is itself a kind of contact. We are beings made of atoms born in stars, arranged by gravity, shaped by biology, and haunted by questions. And one of those questions now is, what lies beyond the reach of light? What story is being told where we cannot listen? Are there civilizations evolving in silence, unaware of us, unreachable forever? Are there stars dying unobserved, black holes merging in, places whose gravity can never ripple here? Are there cosmic architects, walls, filaments, voids, whose grandeur defies not only our senses, but the very instruments of knowledge? The answer may be yes, and that yes reframes everything. It means that the visible universe is not the universe. It means that what we see is not a boundary, but a window with frost around the edges. It means that the dark is not empty, but undiscovered. And in that darkness may be structures so colossal that if we could see them whole, our idea of scale, of grandeur, of possibility would have to be rewritten. So when you gaze at the night sky, do not think of it as a map. Think of it as a keyhole. And behind that keyhole may be a cathedral of galaxies, a sculpture of space-time so immense, so unreachable, that even the speed of light cannot explore it. There may be cosmic structures larger than light can cross. And in knowing that, in entertaining the reality of unreachable distances and stories forever untold, we come closer to understanding not just the universe, but our place in it. We are witnesses to a shrinking portion of infinity. We are the consciousness of a fragment. And yet that fragment thinks, that fragment wonders, that fragment dreams of the whole. Eventually, there will be no more stars, just cold darkness. You live in an age of light, a brief golden window in a universe that is slowly dimming, like the dying embers of a once roaring fire, casting long shadows across the cold expanse of time. The stars above you, those pinpricks of brilliance scattered across the night, seem eternal. Their glow gives the illusion of permanence, of constancy, of a sky that will always burn. But this is a trick of perspective. What you're seeing is not a timeless truth, but a moment in a story whose ending has already been written in the language of entropy, gravity, and exhaustion. Eventually, there will be no more stars. The cosmos will fall into silence, not suddenly, but slowly, relentlessly, over trillions upon trillions of years, until the last light flickers out and nothing but darkness remains. This isn't speculation. This is thermodynamic certainty. The universe, as governed by the second law of thermodynamics, trends toward entropy, toward disorder, equilibrium, sameness, and stars, for all their glory, are engines of order, temporary beacons of concentrated energy battling the pull of thermodynamic collapse. They are born, they burn, they die. Each one is a countdown clock, a finite flare in a timeline that stretches far beyond your mind's capacity to hold. In the early universe, stars formed rapidly. Clouds of hydrogen collapsed into spheres, ignited by gravity and fusion, giving birth to galaxies. These stars were massive, fast-burning, and short-lived. Their deaths seeded the cosmos with heavier elements, carbon, oxygen, iron, making possible the next generation of stars, planets, and eventually, life. But this process was not infinite. The hydrogen that fuels stars is limited. And even though fusion recycles some of this material, each generation of stars is smaller, slower, less luminous. The star formation rate in the universe peaked about 10 billion years ago. Since then, it has declined dramatically. The cosmos is running out of the raw material for light. Eventually, no new stars will form. The current generation of stars, like our Sun, will exhaust their fuel and die. Red dwarfs, the most long-lived of stars, will flicker on for trillions of years, but even they will fade. And when the last red dwarf goes dark, the universe will enter its twilight, an age of ashes. This age is known as the degenerate era, an epoch when the only remaining celestial objects will be white dwarfs, neutron stars, black holes, and cold remnants of stars that once were. White dwarfs will slowly cool and fade into black dwarfs. Hypothetical, objects that have never existed because the universe is not yet old enough. These black dwarfs will no longer shine. They will be dense cinders floating through space, radiating only the memory of heat. Neutron stars will spin down, lose their magnetic fields, and become invisible. Black holes will dominate. Not because they are active, but because they are enduring. And even these titans of gravity will not last forever. Through a process called Hawking radiation, black holes slowly evaporate, radiating energy at a rate so slow it defies the scale of thought. A supermassive black hole might take 10 or 100 years to fully evaporate. That's a 1 followed by 100 zeros. Eventually, even they will vanish. And when that final whisper escapes from the final black hole, the universe will have reached heat death, a state of maximum entropy where no more energy differences exist to do work. No light, no heat, no life, just an endless, cold, silent expanse of inert particles and stretched space. A perfect stillness that isn't peace but the cessation of possibility. Imagine it. A universe with no stars, no fire, no contrast, just a vast darkness where time continues, but nothing happens. Galaxies unbound by gravity, drifting apart forever. Molecules too sparse to form anything meaningful. The last photon, bouncing endlessly with nowhere to go. This is the universe's future, not because of any malice or mistake, but because of its nature. It is expanding, cooling, and aging. It is not dying, per se, but winding down, like a music box whose final notes play softly before silence. But in that silence is something profound, because you, right now, are living in the most luminous chapter of the cosmos. You are alive at a time when stars still shine, when galaxies are still visible, when thermodynamic gradients still allow for warmth, life, thought. You exist in a rare era where the universe can think about itself. And that awareness is not trivial. It is staggering, because the light you see now will not last. Future civilizations, if they arise in the distant future, may look out at the sky and see nothing. The expansion of the universe will accelerate to the point that galaxies recede beyond the cosmic horizon. One by one, the lights will wink out. The night sky will empty. Astronomers of that distant age may believe they live in a tiny, lonely universe, unaware of the vast history that once existed, now hidden by the geometry of space itself. In a way, our moment is the only moment when the universe can truly be known, when its full richness is available to observation. We are the inheritors of a golden age. And yet, most of us live unaware of the rarity of this cosmic condition. We take the stars for granted. We forget that they are finite. But if you pause, if you look up with the knowledge that this sky is a temporary gift, something changes. The stars become more than beautiful. They become sacred, not in a religious sense, but in a temporal one. They are the brief sparks in an infinite night, the dying fireflies of a universe growing cold. Their light is a kind of farewell. And you, born in the warmth of their presence, are part of that light's final chorus. This awareness doesn't demand despair. It calls for reverence, for gratitude, for humility. Because though the end may be inevitable, the now is astonishing. The fact that you exist in this window of luminosity, that your brain can understand its own stellar ancestry, that your eyes can drink in starlight that began its journey before your ancestors were born. This is a miracle of physics. Temporary, unrepeatable, unimaginably rare. And in that rarity lies its meaning. Eventually, there will be no more stars. But right now, there are. And they shine not just in the sky, but in you, in your cells, in your breath, in your thoughts. You are made of their remnants, and for this brief cosmic moment, you are their voice, their echo, their witness. Let that be enough.